Each one present here. Esteemed guests, distinguished delegates, the leadership of Manipal University Jaipur, respected speakers and fellow members. It is a great privilege for me to extend a warm welcome to all who have assembled here for the second day of International Conclave on Circular Economy, Challenges and Opportunities in Sustainability and Human Development, a roadmap to Viksit Bharat 2047. The purpose of this conclave is to create a forum to exchange, collaboration, and learning where brilliant minds from diverse fields come together to engage in meaningful discourse and to seek innovative solutions to the challenges and that confronts us today. On behalf of School of Computer Science and Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, I, Anita Shrotriya, pleased to extend a special welcome to the chief guest of today's event, Vinita Hariharan, Senior Leader, World Bank and Public Policy Expert, Dr. Vijendra Singh Chauhan, UPSC Expert Associate Professor DU. We are honored with your gracious presence, and your extensive expertise and invaluable insights will certainly enrich our discussion. We want to express a warm welcome to our guest of honor, Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, Director, IIM Trichy. We also extend a heartfelt welcome to our distinguished delegates, Shilpa Mehta, Director of PwC India, IT Industry Expert, Dr. N.D. Mathur, Dean Jaipur School of Economics, JECRC University, Jaipur. I am delighted to extend a warm welcome to our Pro-President, Commodore Dr. Jawahar M. Jahangir, our Registrar, Professor Neetu Bhatnagar, Dean Faculty of Engineering, Professor Arun Shanbag. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to organizers, Diplomat United Nations Mr. Siddharth Rajhans, Dr. Sandeep Chaurasia, Director, School of Computer Science and Engineering, and Dr. Neha Chaudhary, Head, Computer Science and Engineering. Furthermore, I extend a warm welcome to all directors, faculty colleagues, and students who have joined us for this significant event. With this, I cordially invite esteemed dignitaries to join us for the lighting of the lamp to mark the commencement of this auspicious event. Please, sir.
You up. Chief guest of the day, Vinita Hariharan, Dr. Vijendra Singh Chauhan, guest of honor, Professor Pawan Kumar Singh, and MUJ leadership to kindly take their seats on the dais. Thank you all. To proceed with program, I am honored to invite the driving force behind every aspect of this event, Professor Arun Shanbag, the General Chair and Dean Faculty of Engineering, Manipal University Jaipur, to extend a warm welcome and address the gathering. So please.
Thank you. Thank you, Anita. Good morning, every one of you. Welcome to all our university leadership who are assembled here on the dais, off the dais. Our dignitaries from yesterday, the new ones today, welcome. All of our deans and directors, faculty, HODs, and all the hardworking team members led by Sakshi and Sishir and Nehaji, welcome and thank you. And all of our students, thank you. We had a wonderful program. This is all about Viksit Bharat, about development. And many people associate that with our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. But development is not new to Modi ji. Every son and daughter of India is screaming for development for a long time. And we, the elite, the academics, will tell them, India is a great country. We invented zero. We are the land of Vedas and Upanishads. And we had airplanes since the time of the Vedas and everything. I think if we ask the laborers, the new mothers who are working hard on our construction sites, the farmers, they will say, bas, enough. Give us food, give us security, give us jobs, give us roads, train stations, trains, and airports, and good education. So that is the vision of Viksit Bharat, which Modi ji has just articulated. But it's a need, it's a requirement, it's a cry from all of our children in this country. And the path to Viksit Bharat goes through the circular economy. It's a little bit like Krishna saying in the Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna. Arjuna wants to not fight this battle. It's gory, blood. He's going to kill some people. Who wants this messy war? He wants to go to the Himalayas and do Jnana Yoga. And Krishna says, no. The path to Jnana Yoga goes through Karma Yoga. You have to do the hard work. You have to do the messy work before you reach enlightenment. And so it is with Viksit Bharat and circular economy. We need to do the hard work of the circular economy. We need to do the sustainability aspects of the circular economy before we reach the promised developed Bharat. So that is what this whole conference is all about. Yesterday, we had a spectacular day. We had great luminaries talking to us. We are engineers, basically. But amazing to hear all these people from different fields, different diverse fields, explain to us how the circular economy, how sustainability impacts all aspects of our life. So I'm just going to read out a few tidbits and recognize some of the people who spoke yesterday. Dr. Shiv Mohan from ISRO, he's the retired project director. He told us ISRO was the original sustainable institution. They were carrying rocket parts on bicycles to make things happen. They were recycling, reusing, making things. Jugaad was happening at ISRO. So today, if you see ISRO, if you ask anybody, any engineer, any scientist in the country, which is the preeminent technology leader in India, they'll pick ISRO. ISRO was the original sustainable institution. So Shiv Mohan ji really enlightened us on that, and we're thankful to you, sir. Professor Dr. Arvind Chinchuri, he's also a board member. He talked to us. He decoded Industry 4.0. He told us what it means, how we have to address the triple bottom line of environmental sustainability and governance, and also DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And not only that, he is training the future leaders, future managing directors in his CEO coaching to help improve productivity, improve sustainability in all the organizations. So that is very important. It was very enlightening for all of us. We don't have here today, but Madam Jayashree Periwal ji, she just wowed us with her adventures in K-12 and how sustainability is impacting everything. One example she gave was how all the exam papers, note sheets, unit test papers get recycled by an NGO, and they in turn bring her boxes of new pencils, which are coming out of that. So she is actually practicing sustainability at her level. Education also. She's doing it, she has reached the pinnacle of education in K-12, and I think we need to scale it up. That's what we asked her. I have requested that we clone her also, so we will have enough Jayashree Periwals to to educate this country. Dr. Suchi Sinha from IIT Delhi, she actually reminded us that whatever we think, our thoughts become our actions, and our actions become our behavior. And our behavior makes us disciplined or not. So if we need to have a sustainable economy, if we need to have a developed country, it's start with our behaviors, our actions, and everything else is a piece of cake after that. Easier said than done. And of course, it's enlightening to hear Chef Thiru from Vaksha. It's always great to hear about food at any time, even after lunch. And he told us how the choices we make in our food also determine our sustainable efforts. Thank you very much and, for that, Chef Thiru. And Monica Singh from Indigo, thank you, Monica, for joining us. Monica reminded us that how even a high flyer like Indigo is introducing sustainability in everything, from their sustainable aviation fuel to the type of plastics or paper or whatever they're using on flights and many other aspects. So sustainability and circular economy is touching every aspect. And Professor Ajit Upadhyay, while Professor Arvind Chinchure told us decoded Industry 4.0, Dr. Ajit Upadhyay actually told us how those small changes you make can improve productivity in all aspects of the industry, from productivity and everything else. And finally, I want to congratulate Dr. Minali Banerjee from our Faculty of Arts. She finally reminded us that circular economy and sustainability starts at home. It's part of our dharma, what we have learned in the home, and our mothers practice that all the time. So it's not a big stretch. We already know it. We just have to expand it, scale it up to everything we do. So with that as a brief intro of yesterday, a brief summary, one-line intro for everything which happened yesterday, we have, again, 4 more speakers today. Hope you're all excited about it. And I'm not going to take it in any particular order. We have Dr. Vinita Hariharan. She's on the podium. She has previously worked with the World Bank. We have Dr. P.K. Singh, the director of IIM Trichy. We have the indomitable Professor Vijendra Singh Chauhan. I had the good fortune or the misfortune of walking with him to the hostels yesterday. And every student came up for one more picture. And it was 100 pictures later, we finally came back to our guest house. So thank you for your patience with our students, sir. I didn't realize such a great figure he was. I thought he was just another professor from DU teaching Hindi. I learned. Thank you. And Dr. Shilpa Mehta from PwC, all the great services she is doing. And we will hear about from all of these people. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you. Hang on to your seats. It's going to be an exciting day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. As a gesture of warmth and hospitality, we would like to felicitate our esteemed guests on and off the dais as our appreciation and honor for their presence. For same, I would request Pro-President Commodore Dr. Jawahar M. Jangir to kindly felicitate Chief Guest of the Day, Vinita Hariharan, Senior Leader, World Bank and Public Policy Expert. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Neetu Bhatnagar, Registrar, Manipal University Jaipur, to kindly felicitate Chief Guest Dr. Vijendra Singh Chauhan, UPSC Expert, Associate Professor, DU. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Arun Shanbag, Dean Faculty of Engineering, to kindly felicitate Guest of Honor Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, Director IIM Trichy. Sir just wanted to say something.
Sometimes we make mistakes, and it all turns out good. One person I forgot to acknowledge in my earlier talk was Mr. Siddharth Rajhans. He not only helped conceptualize this, but he wove through all the speakers I listed beautifully. Among the Foreign Service, all this hard work, I call him as a force of nature. And he being in the Indian Foreign Service, I can rest assured, you can sleep assured that he is in charge at the Foreign Service. People like him, thank you and welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. We are pleased to welcome and felicitate our guest of the dais as well. For same, I request Mr. Siddharth Rajhans, Diplomat UN and Adjunct Professor MUJ, to kindly welcome Shilpa Mehta, Director of PwC India, IT Industry Expert. Thank you so much. I now request Professor Shiva Prasad, Director, School of Automobile Mechanical and Mechatronics, to kindly come and welcome Dr. N.D. Mathur, Dean, Jaipur School of Economics, JCRC University, Jaipur. Thank you, sir. We are pleased to welcome our speakers and panelists. And for same, I now request Professor Sandeep Chaurasia, Director, School of Computer Science and Engineering, to kindly welcome Dr. Shiv Mohan, Director, Senior Director, Scientist, ISRO. Thank you all. May these symbols of hospitality convey our sincere admiration for your presence and valuable contribution you make to the society. I now request, as we gather here today, it is with great pride and enthusiasm that we welcome to you in our esteemed institution, Manipal University Jaipur, and to host the significant event, International Conclave on Circular Economy 2024. I now invite most significant representing the university, the Registrar, Professor Neetu Bhatnagar, to address the gathering.
Good morning, all. Pro-President Commodore George Jangir, Ms. Vinita Hariharan, Dr. Vijendra Singh Chauhan, Professor Pavan Kumar Singh, dignitaries on the dais, our dignitaries of the dais, Honorable Board Member Dr. Arvind Chinchure, Dean Faculty of Engineering Professor Arun Shanbag, Director School SCSE, Professor Chaurasia, HOD, Dr. Neha, the conveners, and my dear participants, and most importantly, the students of the school. I welcome you all to the second day of to the inaugural of the second day of this Circular Economy Conclave on a theme that is aspirations of Viksit Bharat. At the outset, I feel privileged to be sharing the dais with all the galaxy of luminaries that we have yesterday and today, and welcome them on behalf of our President, Professor G.K. Prabhu, and my own personal behalf. Welcome you once again. Thank you for making, your presence over here and addressing us all. Thank you. So I'll just give you a brief about our university. The foundation of the Manipal Group was laid by our founder, Padma Shri Dr. T.M.A. Pai, educationist, banker, philanthropist, most well known for building the university town of Manipal. He was the first to start a private self-financing medical college offering MBBS in India, popularly known as the Kasturba Medical College. Manipal and the Kasturba Medical College, Mangalore, together known as KMC, which got established in the year 1953 and 1955. Since then, the Manipal Education and Medical Group, with over 70 years of its excellence, is a renowned and established leader in the field of education, research, and healthcare. It has made its presence felt not only in India with its 5 campuses, but with its 4 offshore campuses in Dubai, Malacca, and Kuala Lumpur, also in Antigua. It has positively impacted the lives of more than 3 lakh students, and they represented 59 different countries. Manipal University Jaipur was also established by the Manipal Education and Medical Group, and we were established in the year 2011 by the state government of Rajasthan on an invitation from them. We are a state private university, and we have fostered creative brains by blending ethics with education and has become a center of excellence, not only in this northern part of India, but across the country. Since the inception, when we started with a very humble beginning of only 250 students in only core branches of engineering. Today, we have reached to a student strength of 14,000. And all these students are not only in engineering, but we have 6 faculties apart from Faculty of Engineering. We have Faculty of Arts, Faculty of Design, of course, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Management and Commerce, Faculty of Science, and Faculty of Law. Apart from these faculties, we also have 15 schools, 2 centers of excellence, and 34 departments. And all across, we are offering 79 programs under UG, PG, and PhD level. When in 2020, we were the first ever university to be accredited with NAAC A+ grade with a score of 3.28. We had the privilege of also opening one more vertical of online programs. There also, we have reached, if you talk about today, we have reached to a student strength of 60,000. And these students are also enrolled with us in various programs of BCA, MCA, BBA, MBA, BCom, MCom, MA, JMC, and various other certificate courses. As far as NIRF ranking is concerned, we are in the band of 100 to 150. In the engineering category, we are ranked 76th, in the management category 79th, and also in the law category, we are ranked 29th. The School of Computer Science Engineering is having the 3 other departments, and they all are NBA accredited. Also in the year 2023, we had the fortune of entering into the World University Ranking. The THE World University Ranking 2024, MUJ lies in the band of 1201 to 1500. Ranking by subjects, engineering stands in the band of 601 to 800. Computer science lies in the band of 801 to 1000, and physical sciences 1001 plus. MUJ has also been placed in 801 plus band in its first attempt last year in the QS World Ranking. Manipal University Jaipur has been placed 258th in Southern Asia in the QS World University Ranking Asia, ranked 2024. Apart from this, taking care of environmental issues, as you know, our university is a green campus, and the academic block 2 is considered to be the net zero building. So we have also had the privilege of, as far as our infrastructure is concerned, we have received the LEED Platinum certification and the 5-star Griha rating too. Our campus, as you can see, it is a 155-acre campus with all modern infrastructure, the research infrastructure, and many more. The university engages in community development activities as well, leveraging the skills and expertise of students and faculty to contribute to the societal well-being. From health camps to educational outreach programs, the university is dedicated to making a positive impact on the local community as well. We have around 5 of the villages in and around our university which are already adopted by us, and the scholarships are also being offered, and many of the CSR activities that we are performing with these villages. Research and innovation is also part and parcel of Manipal University Jaipur's culture, and our students are continuously publishing their findings in the form of research papers and books, also our faculty members and research scholars. Currently, Manipal University Jaipur has about 5,500 Scopus indexed publications with 33,000 plus citations across the globe. It is authored by 2,029 members of Manipal University Jaipur community, has a H5 index of 46, and the faculty per count, the publication is about 2.7. So you can imagine how we have grown in leaps and bounds over the past 11 years. We have also backed projects from many funding agencies, including the DST-sponsored labs, the SERB-funded projects, and many other agencies as well, and the amount is worth more than 35 crore plus. University also has the Atal Incubation Center, which was granted to the Manipal University Jaipur in the year 2018. Since then, university has registered about 46 number of startups. We have been ranked 3-star by the Institute Innovation Council for the promotion of entrepreneurial culture in the local region. We have around 500 IPRs to our credit. We also have this Atal Incubation Center to nurture the entrepreneurship skill among our students, as I mentioned. So this is just about a brief about my university. There are so many things that we can boast of our university, but I'll stop here, wishing everyone all the best of the learning. And these 2 days of conclave, I hope everybody would have got benefited, and wishing you all the best. Thank you once again. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving the insights about our beautiful campus. I now take the opportunity to invite Pro-President Manipal University Jaipur to hold a crucial role as a representative of the university, playing a significant part in communicating the accomplishment and vision of the MUJ. I invite Commodore Dr. Jawahar M. Jange to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. In fact, I was very happy to hear Dr. Arun summarizing the deliberations of yesterday, and I think it was a very good thing, specifically for the students who were not present here. When I was hearing Dr. Neethu, in fact, when she talked about the first medical college, which was set up by Dr. T.M.A. Pai in Mangalore, that particular medical college was the first example of public-private partnership in India. Though we talked about this triple P model late in the 80s, but this was started as early as 1950s. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, the faculty members and my dear students. Very important topic today as well, as was the case yesterday. And this is about Viksit Bharat at 2047. Now, all of us would have different thought process as to what do you exactly mean by Viksit Bharat or a developed Bharat. Now, what I feel and what it should be, that is what I'm going to be speaking to you for next 3 to 4 minutes. Now, in my opinion, if we are going to be having Viksit Bharat, we should have availability of affordable quality education, healthcare, clean drinking water, clean air, reasonably good quality housing, good infra, that means road, rail network, air connectivity, shipping, well-developed airports, ports, and communication networks. We should also have rule of the law. That means people should be assured that injustice will not be done and the guilty will be brought to the books as soon as possible, because justice delayed is justice denied. We also need to have political stability, and that is absolutely important, but it should be devoid of witch hunting. Sometimes you see these days. Now, leadership position in technology and innovation, research and development, and manufacturing. This will not only guarantee huge employment opportunities, but will give the country adequate financial muscles. This will enhance per capita income and help in improving the quality of life. In fact, just to give an example, we are probably the 5th largest economy in terms of GDP now, but we had some big players like Microsoft and Meta as part of India, probably will jump to 3rd. We should be fully capable to ensure food security, energy security, information security, people security, and should be fully self-reliant in strategic sectors like nuclear energy, space, semiconductors, strategic weapons, and also in major defense equipment and platforms required for land, sea, and air. We should be capable to defend ourselves from the adversaries, and be strong enough that the enemy thinks 100 times before opening a battlefront with you. Now, maybe it sounds like it is the status of a superpower, but that is actually needed for absolute growth and prosperity of the country. We need to have adequate security system or ecosystem to take care for the economically disadvantaged section of the society, including aged population, orphans, and ensuring their financial inclusion. Environmental sustainability, which was actually the topic of yesterday's conclave, is absolutely a must, and this issue requires very deep thought process and implementation. Strong diplomatic power is equally important. Siddharth is a very good example, where the country can exercise influence in international organizations for giving requisite space to the policies which augur well for the world, and also should be able to protect the interests of the country and its population at large. We need to have high-quality public service that includes transport, healthcare, education, and sanitation. Regulated financial system to avoid financial crisis. Work-life balance, extremely important to ensure well-being of the workforce and availability of schemes to take care of old age, unemployment, and disability-related illness. Gender equality, extremely important. Adequate compensation for the work being done. It is not that somebody works for you and pay them peanuts. It doesn't happen like that. Respect for the religion, cultures, racial and ethnic differences, extremely important for a developed country. Low crime rates, and the list really continues. Now, personally for me, my take, I think we would have arrived if the citizens respect and adhere to the law of the land and take pride in being the citizens of the country, take full ownership and responsibility to protect the environment, and do not tolerate injustice being done against the fellow citizens. And most importantly, every citizen gets treated with respect, and every life should matter. We have made, indeed, a tremendous amount of progress, and some of these are indeed praiseworthy. Things like Aadhaar card, Jan Dhan accounts, space programs, tremendous progress in use of renewable energy, increasing thrust on integration of defense equipment and other equipment, becoming the fifth largest economy in the world, as I just said, and impetus to the startup culture. Increasing respect of the Indian leadership at the world stage, respect of the Indians in the world as such, increasing influence of the Indian diplomacy at the world stage, trust factor which India has actually developed with many countries, massive thrust on modernization of road and rail networks, establishment of airports, educational infra, and focus on skill development, some boost to semiconductor manufacturing, and many other initiatives. In fact, I was just reading the news this morning, and the ambassador of US had famously said that if you have to be CEO of big companies in US, you have to be an Indian. It may be a joke, but it shows the underlying influence of the Indians at in the various countries and various organizations. But gentlemen, we also are facing a large number of challenges, and the journey is going to be arduous and challenging. But if we put our might together, Viksit Bharat 2047 is very much achievable. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting very important and very focused area with your speech. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm, enthusiastic welcome to Mr. Siddharth Rajhans, Career Diplomat, United Nations, and Adjunct Professor, MUJ. I invite sir for sharing his thought and address the gathering.
Thank you so much, everyone, and a very good morning. Welcome to day 2 of our deliberations on Viksit Bharat, the roadmap to a Viksit Bharat at the International Conclave on Circular Economy. These two buzzwords, circular economy and Viksit Bharat, I've been hearing for the longest amount of time at the North Block. These are kind of the central mandates this year. And when I happened to meet Dr. Shanbag at a chance encounter during a TEDx last year, where my speech reflected these aspirations, how in the US, sometimes a speech leads to a book, how Shashi Tharoor's famous speech about reparations that the Britishers owed to India at the Oxford Union led to a book called The Era of Darkness. Similarly, a speech led to a conclave, which in return would lead to a Niti Aayog journal, and thereafter a book. So it's incredible that we have been able to put this together. We have a whole bunch of luminaries who have joined us from across the country, flew in at the most odd hours, including 3 a.m. this morning. So I thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules. I know you all have a kid at home or a spouse at home who's expecting you to be home this weekend. But despite that, you have made efforts to fly in all the way to be able to share your passion for a Viksit Bharat, your thoughts on circular economy. That speaks volumes about our commitment as a nation. Around 100 years back, almost 92 years ago, in a Kalkotri in Lahore, in a dungeon, after having fasted for over 65 days, the longest running fast in the annals of world revolutionary history, after having been beaten up on a slab and force-fed, a man of 22 years, Bhagat Singh, wrote, "Dil se niklegi na markar bhi watan ki ulfat, meri mitti se bhi khushbue watan aayegi." I think that, as a country, speaks volumes about the passion we have had collectively for the growth story of India. When the Brits left us in 1947, in 1945, during the World War II, Winston Churchill wrote on a side note on a piece of paper during the famine of Bengal that why hasn't Gandhi died yet? They said that all of these princely states, they'll just disrupt by the 60s or the 70s. But we stuck, and we have redefined our position at the world map. From creating incredible world-class institutions like ISRO, to BARC, to the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, to the IIMs, to the IITs, and universities like Manipal, we have redefined the way our educational and knowledge economy is helping grow the world. So I think it is time that you all, the future of what Viksit Bharat 2047 shall be, should take pride in making sure that we put all of this together and bring in the best version of what the blueprint for a developed India should be. Incredible people have joined us. I'd like to thank Vinita ma'am. I met her in 2019 during a session at IMI Delhi. We were panelists. Ma'am has been a senior public policy expert with MSME as the chief of externally aided missions, and then the World Bank, and then a foray into politics with the BJP as well. So thank you for joining us. The legendary Dr. Vijender Singh Chauhan. Thank you for joining us, sir. I've met almost everyone in some way who are present here today. From Shiv Mohan sir, who I met at a GRSS conclave around new technologies in Vallabh Vidyanagar, to Vinita ma'am, whom I met at IMI Delhi, to Shilpa ma'am, Executive Director at PwC India, who flew in this morning. I met her at a CIIIWN conference earlier this year, to Dr. Shuchi, whom I met at the same very conference this year, to Monica, whom I met on board Indigo when she was a cabinet attendant, and thereafter she's been working in sustainability, to ND Mathur Sahab, whom I met at a diplomacy summit at JECRC University, where he was hosting me, and Ajit Upadhyay sir, who probably I met in my last birth, and the connection has stuck since then. And, of course, Vijender sir, along with Vikas Divyakirti sir, who I didn't meet, but I met in my dreams a lot of times, ki Bhagwan is baar to interview clear kara de. So all of these incredible people have joined us to bring together a whole lot of wisdom, a whole lot of ideas. So make sure you give it your best. Make sure you learn a lot of things. Of course, no conference is complete without the unwavering support of the incredible people who have put this together. So I'd like to again share, a whole lot of thanks to Dr. Shanbag for putting together all of this. Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh from IIM Trichy, a former director at MDI Gurgaon, has always been very kind to accept our invitations and come in all the way. Commodore Jawahar Saab for joining us on both days, and Neetu ma'am for again making sure everything is so smooth. Along with that, I'd like to thank Director Sandeep sir, Santosh sir, HOD Neha ma'am, Shakshi ma'am, and Shishir sir for bearing with me, and Shanbag sir, the Harvard professors of perfectionism, and trying to ensure everything goes really well. So thank you for making this happen. I wish you all the very best, and may day 2 be a really enriching one for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And now we all are waiting for. And for this, I now invite a very hardworking one of the convener, Dr. Sakshi Shringi, to come and introduce about the chief guest of today's event, Ms. Vinita Hariharan.
A very good morning to one and all present. It's my privilege to welcome you all to the day 2 of International Conclave on Circular Economy with the theme Aspiration of a Viksit Bharat. It is my privilege to introduce the chief guest of the day, Vinita Hariharan ma'am, Senior Public Policy Expert. Vinita ma'am has had an illustrious academic journey and an exemplary professional and public life. An alumnus of the prestigious School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, she worked for a decade in leading private and public sectors of the country. At this juncture, driven by the aim of donning the hat of a decision maker from an implementer, she pursued her mid-career master's in public administration from the Key Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, National University of Singapore, on a scholarship from the Singapore government. This proved to be a game changer as she gained wide international perspective in policy making. She is an internationally recognized senior leader with the World Bank. Her most recent assignment with the Government of India was the Ministry of MSME as Chief of Programs handling externally aided missions. I request you all to please welcome Vinita ma'am. I request all the dignitaries to kindly take their seats off the dais.
Greetings to all of you, respected dignitaries of the dais now, everyone who warmly welcomed me here. And the Manipal University, coming to Manipal University in Jaipur has been a really, very memorable, although it's just a night since I came, but it's been very memorable in terms of the tour that we took last night. And we saw the vibrancy in the campus, all of you, walking around in the campus at 11 p.m. and with so much of hustle and bustle. So that really, was very heartwarming to see the new generation so very vibrant and looking forward to to their life outside the campus, so to speak. So the theme of the conference today is Circular Economy and Viksit Bharat. So coming to the new generation, so we come to the definition of sustainable development itself. So one of the classical definitions of sustainable development by the WECD is the development that enables the present generation to meet their needs without compromising the abilities of the future generation to meet their own needs. So So when I saw the new generation, I was reminded of this definition of sustainable development, to be very conscious of the resources that we consume. So that is what is all about, sustainable development and the sensitivity towards sustainable development is. Because resources are not infinite, they are finite. So we need to be conscious of that. We need to be we need to conserve them, and we need to recirculate them wherever possible. So the concept of circularity is not very alien to our culture, our Indian ethos. I don't know if how many of you would remember your grandmothers, possibly, yes, grandmothers or great-grandmothers who would conserve food, who would, who would not give away their old clothes. They would give away their old clothes to their, to the generations below them, or to, your siblings. Maybe your old clothes were used by your siblings. So that's the concept that's been there in our ethos, in our Indian ethos. And we've been very conservative about our resources. As a mindset, Indian mindset has been, there has been circularity in the mindset from a long time. But I think over a period of time, through urbanization and through all the, industrialization that happened, not to say that urbanization is necessarily evil, but the kind of urbanization that we saw over the last so many years in the country has not been what it had to be. There were many master plans that were designed for cities. There were so many city development plans, but none of them actually followed the plans, and they were flouted, everywhere they were flouted, and they were, for commercialization, to leverage on the drive of commercialization and to encash in all the urbanization that was happening. We saw haphazard development, and then that's what resulted in all the disasters that you've seen recently, the Uttarakhand floods. I know you must have all seen the Uttarakhand floods, witnessed them on TV and elsewhere. The kind of damage that it brought about. Then the Mumbai floods. I'm sure you must have seen the Mumbai floods not once but twice. So all of them is a result of this kind of haphazard urbanization, which is without, being sensitive to circularity or sustainability. So that was what, that is the result of what we would see if we do not, follow the norms of sustainable development. So if you look at circularity, if you look at our own lives, every aspect of our lives, we could actually look at circularity. For example, like I mentioned about the clothes. So what kind of clothes are we wearing? Are we wearing clothes that are sustainable? Are we wearing clothes that could be made of recycled materials? Are we wearing clothes that could be possibly made by some local artisans in your village? So that's about what you wear. Then what about your house? So when you look at your homes, how many of us have homes which are environmentally friendly or made out of appropriate technologies or appropriate building materials? So I don't know whether you all must have heard about this architect called Laurie Baker. So he was an architect who came from England. He came to Kerala long back, and he studied the resources available there around his area. And then he thought about honing those resources and using them as building materials. So that is the Baker technology, which was became a big movement in the 90s. So I don't know whether you've heard about the building center movement, which actually encouraged usage of green building materials, appropriate technologies, appropriate building materials, and using local labor. So that was circularity, an epitome of circularity for all of you. For example, the walls of the houses, it could be made of mud, it could be made of laterite. So that's one element of, sustainability or green building that you could see. Or the roofing. The roofing could be made of Mangalore tiles, or the slabs. I don't know how many of you are civil engineers here. The roofing that you see, the concrete below the steel really is redundant. Doesn't really serve any purpose, the roofing, the roof below the steel in the roofs of your homes. So that could be filled with coconut shells, is what Laurie Baker said. And that provides a lot of thermal efficiency as well. So many such technologies, which was very indigenous and innovative, was introduced at that point of time. But then people then started believing that this is not sustainable, this is not stable, these houses are not stable. What will happen if a flood comes? What will happen if a disaster strikes? This house will come down. But that was all a myth, that was all false narrative, and like everything good, that ended. And but then, if we want to revive the concept of circularity, we need to revive those technologies, we need to revive those, appropriate technologies and usage of appropriate building materials. So that's housing for you. Then your automobiles. Automobiles, again, most of them are fuel guzzlers today. Very few of them. Now we see the advent of electric vehicles and hydrogen-powered vehicles. But of course, there are off the budget of much of the Indian middle class, but the government is working towards increasing the scale of production of these electric vehicles so that we have economies of scale, and then soon they become affordable to most of us. So that's how we could make our transportation affordable, but we could also make it affordable by having concepts like walk to work and not really traveling so much to your workplaces. So that's another way in which we can actually inbuild circularity in transportation systems, and of course usage of public modes of transport. So, without paying attention to all of these elements, a lot of our development was haphazard, as I said. But as we grow today in stature, India's grown a lot in stature. We've become a leading global force to reckon with. We are one of the fastest growing economies. So we have a responsibility to give to our neighboring countries, to the world at large, and how we are actually exemplifying circularity in all our different aspects of our development. So therefore, the government of the day has been very responsible and come out with the Viksit Bharat Agenda, 2047 Viksit Bharat Agenda. And one of the key pillars of Viksit Bharat 2047 is sustainability. Environmental sustainability is one of the key pillars, along with providing a resilient and infrastructure, along with providing a resilient and robust economy. We also have this responsibility to be sustainable. So that's like never before, this government has been committed to various environmentally responsible targets, the COP28 targets for the nationally determined commitments. We had given a commitment of about 30% of our electricity production would be from renewable sources. Now it's increased to 50%, and we're almost there already. We've almost reached 48% mark in terms of our achievements of the national determined commitments in the COP28 and the Paris Agreement. Apart from that, the government is also driving a lot of policy measures like in plastic waste management, extended producer responsibility, and all of these to drive responsible and circularity in all aspects of development. Niti Aayog has also recently identified, I'm sure all of you must be knowing, 11 such end-of-life materials, how do we dispose these end-of-life materials? So that's a big committee that's been formulated, and a lot of work is being done on how to dispose scrap and all of these end-of-life materials. Apart from that, of course, green credits and all of that work, and the beach cleaning drives which the government has been doing, and so on and so forth. And even if you look at all the various public programs, of course, Swachh Bharat Mission is a household name now. But Swachh Bharat Mission is one of the other examples of how we could actually increase the coverage of sanitation from just 18% to below, I think, 20% to almost 100% today. We are open defecation free as a country. I still remember when I was studying at the Lee Kuan Yew School, one of my professors said, you belong to a country which has manual scavenging. That was way back in 2010-11. But today we've gotten rid of manual scavenging and such, age-old practices. So I think that's a great achievement in terms of, again, circularity and sustainable development. So apart from this programs, various other programs that the government runs all have elements of circularity in it. The Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana also promotes green buildings. So there's a lot of commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emissions through such public missions as well. So other than the government, the private sector is also, some of them are just complying, like Coca-Cola, for example. A company like Coca-Cola does a lot of circularity measures, does adopt a lot of circularity measures, like reverse logistics is something which is a concept which is being promoted globally and is also picking up in India, where the bottles, that the Coke bottles are actually, the glass bottles are recirculated again, and also plastic, 100% of the plastic bottles that come out are actually recirculated. So that's again, another initiative which a big multinational company is doing. And of course, Indigo's case study, you must have all listened to her yesterday. And I also traveled yesterday by Indigo, and I saw that in action. I saw the way they were actually collecting, plastic separately, paper separately. So it is actually being demonstrated in a flight like Indigo's. So I think these are some of the measures that the private sector is also taking. So it's a combination of the public sector measures, the Viksit Bharat agenda, which the government is driving, which the Prime Minister is driving, which he's so passionate about, and also the how the private sector not only complies, but also does it passionately, and intrinsically they are motivated to drive this entire circular economy agenda. And I think apart from what the private and the public sector do, what citizens like us can do, we can actually reflect on our own aspects of our lives, like our housing, like I mentioned, the automobile that we use, the clothes that we wear, and also look at how green are we. So maybe we could also think of, local bodies could think of giving awards and certificates to citizens for being green. There could be a score sheet, and people could be given rewards based on their scorecard on the green or circular economy front. And similarly, local bodies could also be awarded with green certifications, which are already happening. There are a lot of certifications, like even this building is Griha certified, is what ma'am mentioned. So I think, but then there's a lot of these different certifications going on. So we need to actually collate them all and see how we could bring out a unified picture for the country, so that we could move towards our Viksit Bharat 2047 agenda. So I think all of us have a responsibility towards contributing to Viksit Bharat, and I hope all of you would be sensitized towards being circular after this conference. And I'm glad that Siddharth is actually going to be compiling all of these into a book, and all of these would be research papers. So all these ideas could probably, see the light of the day very soon. This government is very proactive. So whatever we suggest, if they have merit, they would definitely see the light of the day. So I once again thank the entire, management of Manipal University, and of course Siddharth, my very good friend, for having called me here and for calling me for various conferences and giving me this kind of platform. So thank you very much, and a pleasure to be here once again. Thank you. Namaskar, namaste.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for enlightening us with your words. I now request Siddharth Rajhans to introduce Chief Guest Dr. Vijendra Singh Chauhan. Please, sir.
So once again, good morning, everyone. Thank you for extending this honor of introducing an icon like Vijender sir on this platform here today. Whenever we talk of the toughest examinations in the world, and whenever we talk of the greatest institutions in the world, they say it's easier to get into Harvard than to get into an IIT. And they say it's easier to get into IIT Bombay Computer Science than it is to break into the toughest examination on planet Earth, the Union Public Service Commission, and UPSC. And whenever we talk of UPSC, the UPSC landscape of India, some people have been immortalized in this landscape. One such luminary is Dr. Vijender Singh Chauhan. From being an engineering student, which I got to know just last night, to making his career as a professor of languages at Zakir Hussain at the Delhi University. Sir, from his experience as a language person and communications expert, to having become the face of mentorship for UPSC as part of Drishti IAS, and the mock interviews you all have been listening to on YouTube, Sir has been instrumental in shaping the way this examination and the interview processes happen. From making sure that all of you are seated properly, because बैठने का तरीका थोड़ा casual है, to making sure I propose to a bottle of water in front of me on the 14th of Feb. I think Sir has redefined the expectations, the narrative, and the very way we look forward to an exam like this. And I think in doing so, he has transcended into what we call as pop culture. On Instagram, from government auntie, the famous auntie who said, "Ye big gayi hai sarkar, is sarkar mein ab kuch nahi hai," from Pakistan, to Nusrat, Salt Bay, who comes and just sprinkles salts on people's beef and pork and all of those things abroad, to the success boy, and to बैठने का तरीका थोड़ा casual है. Every Instagram comment section in the last 2 years has been about something to do with the word casual. From breaking into a meme culture, as we call it, Dr. Chauhan has shown us that there's more to life at each stage and more to academics, from being a strict academician and a strict interviewer to breaking into meme culture. Sir, thank you for doing everything that you have done. I now have the privilege of inviting the man, the myth, the legend, Dr. Vijender Singh Chauhan.
Am I audible? Right. So, to begin with, जो कुछ भी सिद्धार्थ ने कहा है, उस पर यकीन नहीं करना है. Right. First of all, I would like to say my heartfelt thanks to Siddharth and the entire team, to Commodore Jawahar Jahangir, to Arun Shanbag sir, to Neetu ma'am, to the co-speakers Vinita Hariharan and Professor Pavan, and all of you. I mean, it takes a lot of courage where the words like Viksit Bharat and all those catchphrases are there to invite a person like Vijender Chauhan, who's very unlikely to follow those all catchphrases which are mandated by government. So I understand that these are required. So please consider me. Already said Viksit Bharat 10 times and other things another 15 times. So that quota is duly delivered. I'll be saying what I actually have to say. And for that, I would like to thank the Pro-President, Commander Jawahar Jahangir, because he actually said that basic thing, which I wanted to say, and I'm really grateful, sir, for saying it, because you actually mentioned that unless we have equity and justice in the society, we actually cannot have sustainability. That's a precondition for any sustainability. That's what my understanding is. I also understand that it is going to be difficult for me. I'm a Hindi teacher at University of Delhi, to be able to cover all those areas which are related to circular economy. So, एक समझदार इंसान को जितना वो जानता है उतना ही बोलना चाहिए. उससे ज़्यादा बोलने में there are problems. So I will restrict myself to my understanding of a very limited area of which I am part of, which is about your aspirations. Though we will be having a different session later in the day, so I will not be talking about the UPSC thing. For that, you will have to come again after the lunch, right? Here, I'll be talking about something else, and I'll begin with my memory. I was a student in 70s and 80s, late 70s, 79, I started my schooling, and I was a school student throughout my 80s. And when we were studying, we used to have, in almost every social science textbook in every class, we used to have a figure, an image of factories with high chimney. They were there, the same diagram used to be there. And usually the title, I'm a Hindi medium student, the title used to be Vikas Ke Mandir. So these factories with high chimneys were temples of development when we were studying in 70s and 80s. Later, a little change happened. The same diagram with those sloped roof and a huge chimney started appearing again in 90s in the similar textbook, and now the title used to be Pradushan Se Bache. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Something which was like temple of development later became the environmental degradation symbol. At the same time, when this environment consciousness was coming, there was another thing that was going on. For example, Himachal was growing. Himachal Pradesh was growing in tourism. And tourism was touted as a smokeless industry. We all understand how misplaced the opinion tourism being smokeless industry is. Tourism in itself, Chef will agree, is not necessarily a sustainable or circular industry. It takes a lot of, the carbon footprint is very, very large. People travel to these places, buildings are constructed and infrastructure is created. All this called a huge environment degradation. So what I'm saying is that narratives has been changing. Now we know that tourism may appear smokeless, but is not necessarily an industry which can be considered as a carbon negative or a sustainable or a circular thing. I'm not talking about tourism, that's not my area. But I'll be talking about another industry which is my area. And that is about aspirations. I understand the aspiration, like tourism industry in those times, may be presumed to be smokeless industry. An industry which has no environmental impact, or they are disjointed sets. I'm coming from the industry, at least from the periphery of the industry, and trust me, it is not. It is not. Aspirations themselves, we all understand that aspirations are very important, so no doubt about that. But aspirations, as we see in India, especially as an industrial form, has huge carbon footprint. And it's not circular, at least not so far. So I'll be talking about the industry I know. Primarily what I'm talking is that I want to see aspiration gap. And that's what my keynote is all about. The aspiration gap, and then we see whether we can make it a little sustainable. What is aspiration gap is not really, aspiration I hope all of you understand. It refers to individuals' desire and goals for their future well-being, which influences their economic decision and behavior. Aspiration go beyond material possessions. They include social status, relationship, and personal achievements, affecting how individuals make decisions regarding education, career choices, savings, investment, labor supply decisions, and several factors like socioeconomic background, your social categories, cultural norms, peer pressure, peer influences. All these shape your aspirations. This is a little written text I wanted to share. So we all understand what aspirations are, and aspiration here we need to understand in a country like ours, aspirations are not necessarily driven by just economic factors. There are factors of status, social status. You can understand. I mean, I'm coming from an area where I never understand why 8 lakh people should appear for getting the birth of actually 80 people to become IAS. It's around 150, out of which 70, 80 are already from different services. So what Siddharth just mentioned is the toughest examination of the world is not really a positive commendation. In any nation, it shouldn't be that way. Why should becoming an officer in the government sector should be such an aspirational thing for the entire generation that somebody who has been apparently helping these people become a celebrity like me? I hope you're understanding what I'm saying. And this is what I want to focus on, that our aspirations, they're being shaped by several factors. We can have detail. The paper I've written has the detailed factors. I'll be talking about these, some of these. But more than that, after these, the entire youth's energy is channelized into 4, 5, 6 dreams all across. Then comes this competition, which make it a toughest examination. And then comes the industry. And this industry, though appear, be it a quota industry for JEE or NEET, or maybe the Delhi industry for IAS, IPS, and other government sector, please believe me, it has a huge environmental cost. Not just the migration, which is obviously driving the negative aspects of this thing, but there are several other things. As a matter of fact, we did the number crunching to find out that wherever there is an aspirational gap, as we define aspirational gap is when we see a situation where aspirations are there, but the real possibility of these aspirations getting fulfilled is less. It creates a situation which is aspiration gap. And there is a positive correlation in any society having aspiration gap and environment degradation. I hope I'm making my point clear. If huge young population want to achieve a babu ki naukri, and most of them will not be able to achieve that, chances are that this frustrated youth will be living a life that will not be equitable, that will not be just, and hence, there will be a huge environmental cost to it. I'm not saying it for the first time. There are people who have done research, and they have, in countries after countries, they've shown that inequity-filled society, a society with less justice, a society where, for example, everybody is not getting food, where food security is not there, a society where justice in terms of the harmony is not there, a society where discrimination is there, chances are that the society will have problems with the environment as well. We saw it in terms of ecofeminism, if you remember. The idea of ecofeminism very clearly suggested that the environment has very deep relationship with gender justice. And so is true for all forms of justice. What has happened is that in a country like India, where the social mobility is less, those of you who don't understand the social mobility concept, an economic social mobility means that from one generation to other generation, what is the possibility of somebody breaking the shackles of underdevelopment and moving up the ladder? So a son or a daughter becoming better off in terms of social and economic factors than parents is social mobility. We are 76th in the world and out of 83 mapped. We are one of the least socially mobile nation in this world. And any society, and please understand, this social mobility is not just a factor of economic things. It's not something one government can solve. It is not something that a 5-year term can improve. Because even in the countries where the social mobility is very good, where the top of the shelf, for example, the Scandinavian countries, the Norway, Finland, there the social mobility is 20%. Why? Social mobility is acquired by giving everybody access to health, to education, and things like that. There it is available. Still, the social mobility there is 20%. What does it mean? It takes 5 generations to cover the equal. If somebody is somebody is at 100, another is at 50. 50 reaching 100 will take 5 generations. This is despite the fact that Finland and Scandinavian countries don't have caste don't have that kind of a gender injustice. They are at rank 1, 2, 5 in the social mobility index. We are nowhere close to that. So if they're taking 5 generations, how much time we gonna take? We are on the bottom of that ladder. So you can understand that since the social mobility is restricted in our country, wherever little possibility of social mobility is visible, for example, in these examinations, or JEE, or NEET, and other places, then there is a huge rush. The whole energy is channelized, funneled to a handful of dreams. A nation which is devoid of diversity of dreams is likely to pay for it environmentally very high. Please also understand a country where the equity, where the equality is not there, the consumption pattern is different. Those who have huge power and resources tends to consume more and tends to consume environmentally degrading ways in comparison to somebody who's still hand to mouth. And that's visible if you look at the lifestyle of poor versus the lifestyle of rich. You'll see, I don't want to mention that huge lavish marriages. You remember that? I'm sure you do, right? So you can see what will be the carbon footprint of being rich in this country. And then compare it with somebody who's having very few resources. And then you'll realize how achieving a circular economy in those have-nots going to be difficult. So primarily my focus is that unless you address the aspiration-reality gap in this country, because it pertains to the people of young ages, their future of this country. If the aspiration-reality gap is wide, then it can create conditions like ticking time bombs. Because please understand that unless we infuse diversity of dreams in the youth of the country, the issues of environment cannot be resolved. It cannot be resolved because you need to understand that unrest in any form, there the issues of environment take a backseat. Nobody is talking about environment in Palestine. Nobody is talking of environment in Ukraine. Because if you're in an unrest situation, you're in an emergency situation that is coming out of any form of unrest, whether international, local, or wherever, something else will take primacy. Something else will be prioritized over environment. And so is applicable to any form of distress. So unless we are able to provide a kind of a just society, equitable society, issues of environment will be difficult to handle. I was talking about the aspirational industry itself, and I did a little number crunching. And that should be interesting for you to understand. What I did is that we took what salary a IAS officer draw, civil servants draw. It's around 70,000-80,000 rupees nowadays. Not really that fancy. जो लोग salary के चक्कर में IAS बनना चाहते हैं, बहुत दुखी हो गए. So it's a 70,000-80,000, which is not a bad salary, but not really the best salary. I hope PwC ma'am is here. Right. So we did a number crunching to find out how much salary a person who's getting into civil services will draw in the entire career. Entire career, 33 years. We were giving 3% increment every year, which is the norm. 5 promotions in the entire career. And we were also giving 15%, 12 to 15% increase in every promotion. The figure that came out was adjusted for 6% inflation. And then was multiplied with 800, because 800 is the number of officials we took are inducted every year. The entire figure came only 1,600 crores. Let us make it 2,000 crores. So this batch, 2024 batch, who's becoming IAS officer, IPS officer, foreign service officer, all central services. Government will spend only 2,000 crore rupees if spent today only, okay, in today's terms. 2,000 crore. I know it's a big figure, but it's not really the biggest figure. You're getting 800 people service for 33 years. 2,000 crore. And what is the size of industry that is promising you to make it? 58,000 crore was in 23, increasing at the rate of 15%. I did the same number crunching again. For 33 years, what will be? And then adjusted it for 6% inflation. The figure came out, notional figure, that today's, if the 33 years and then reduced to 1 year, is 6 lakh crore. That is 6 times union budget for education. 6 lakh crore. Industry of making IAS, which will get only 2,000 crore, cost 6 lakh crore to this economy. This money is not being used to do plantation or solar panels. It is being used to burn, consume, and hence inflict environment degradation. I hope you're getting this. My problem is the gap of 2,000 to 6 lakh crore. This gap is a defining character. Unless you're able to reduce this gap, you are basically running a Ponzi scheme. You're running a multi-level marketing, where more and more people will be required to be invited to this, to onboard this, so that it can sustain for tomorrow. Like any lottery ticket. You buy a lottery ticket, and lottery company runs not because of the people who win it, but because of who lose it. Because the money is taken from them and is being given to. You can understand if it is 6 lakh crore, what will be, even in not take the notional, real figure is 58,000 crore, what will be the revenue for government in terms of taxes? More than 2,000 crore. So it is profitable for government to recruit 800 people and then market it for the rest of the youth that please come and join this bandwagon. My problem is with the bandwagon. Because this bandwagon, trust me, is creating that aspirational gap, which is environmentally hazardous, ecologically unsustainable, and trust me, as I said, it would result in a ticking time bomb. Therefore, my call of action to you is, please don't dream what Vijendra Chauhan tell you to dream. Don't do that. Please own your own dreams and aspirations. And trust me, I mean, wonderful friend Siddharth has cracked this examination and he'll agree that our ability to crack examination is not necessarily a function of our commitment and hard work. It has a lot to do with the privileges and deprivations you may have. Your privileges and deprivations should decide what should be a realistic aspiration of yours so that this aspirational gap is reduced. I'm not demotivating you. In any democracy, these public examinations and aspirations do a wonderful work for sustaining democracy because it keeps your faith in the system alive. You know there exists an examination. If you appear in examination, you'll be able to become an administrator tomorrow. And this hope in the functionality, in the transparency of the system, keep your faith in the democracy alive. That's why it is required. I'm not saying it is not required. But not everybody has to do it. And trust me, you're getting out of this aspiration cycle. If you're able to do it, the Mother Earth will thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your valuable words. We'll listen you many times on YouTube or other social media, but it is our honor to hear you in person. Thanks once again. And with this, we conclude the first session of the event. Once again, a heartfelt welcome to each and everyone here. May this conclave inspires innovation, foster enlightenment, and ignite collaborative efforts toward a sustainable future. I request everyone to kindly stand at your respective places for the group photograph. Can we have a group photograph, please? Students, please don't leave. Yeah, students, please come together, come closer for the group photograph.
Sir, to kindly introduce to the Pawan Kumar sir, please. Sir, Siddharth sir, please kindly introduce to Pawan Kumar Singh sir, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you once again for having me and bearing with us as we bring this intellectual discourse of 2 days. We have had incredible guests who have shared wonderful insights with us, from Chef Tiru Gyana Sambatam to Arvind sir, to Shiv sir, to Pawan sir, to Ajit sir, to Shilpa ma'am, to Shuchi ma'am, to Vinita ma'am, to the great Vijender sir, and everyone else, Andy Mathur sir, Jayashree Pariwal ma'am, who joined us yesterday. We acknowledge the presence of HOD of Political Science at JECRC, Anju Gupta ma'am, who joined us a couple minutes back. This lecture is by Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, the director of IIM Trichy, Tiruchirappalli. Sir has been a career academician and a thought leader in a lot of ways around management and by qualification around HR or human resources. So sir has been a professor of HR, has been in directorial roles for the last many years. He was director of MDI Gurgaon formerly, which is another important B school constantly ranked amongst the top 10 B schools of India. Sir was also director in charge at IIM Indore before that. In his role as director of IIM Trichy, sir is helping shape a new IIM in a tier 2 city after the great ABCLIK, Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Calcutta, Lucknow, Indore, Kozhikode. They say now the new IIM A and IIM B are IIM Amritsar and IIM Bodh Gaya. So with the democratization of the IIMs, we have incredible new management institutions. So sir has also guided IIM Sambalpur in a mentorship role, there's a mentor-mentee system of the IIMs, so as part of that. In addition, sir has spent his life also giving lots and lots of lectures at management conclaves, symposiums, seminars, and so on. Sir has been very spiritual in his lectures, which I have had the privilege of listening, which you will also listen. I remember I was traveling with sir after a keynote, and sir said that is sansar mein koi pad paane yogya nahi hai. And ever since that, every single time I have to deny going to some place for a lecture, or I have to deny a posting or something, I just feel happy that as per our religious texts, none of that was worth having. So I'm glad that something of this nature exists in the Indian ecosystem. And that is where circularity happens. The circle of life is not just about planting more trees or publishing an ESG document on a corporate website. And even the likes of Coca-Cola and Apple say that we are environmentally conscious companies. Apple says that we responsibly mine our silicon. Coca-Cola says we are conscious about the health of people. And all these major companies, everyone has a say on sustainability. But then true sustainability probably was in the Rig Veda, the Yajur Veda, the Sam Veda, the Atharva Veda, and the Bhagavad Gita. All of these texts that have taught us about circularity. So please give a huge round of applause in welcoming Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh of the IIM in Tiruchirappalli. Sir.
कॉर्डलेस दे दीजिए, कम से कम यहाँ से इस बंधन से मुक्त रखेगा। नहीं तो रहने दीजिए. First of all, I feel very happy coming to this pink city on my nth visit, but first visit to Silvan campus of Manipal University at Jaipur. Very happy to be here, and मित्रता बड़ा अनमोल रतन, कब इसे तोल सकता है धन. So many legendary and wonderful friends I got today. And just to save time, I'll say that the entire fraternity of Manipal University Jaipur, my gratitude to them, and especially to Sri Siddharth Rajhans ji for giving me opportunity to be here. When I met Dr. Jawahar Jahangir Saab, who is Pro-Chancellor, it was a homecoming for me because I have done some good frequency of interaction with sisters and brothers from Indian Navy and from entire fraternity of Indian Defense Force or paramilitary force. I have learnt from all the members, from all types of paramilitary forces and three wings of our Indian Defense Forces. And when I talked with Dr. Neetu Bhatnagar ji, I found that there is some commonality and common factors, and she has connection with Ranchi, and I also lived for 5 years in Ranchi. Dr. N.D. Mathur ji, I met him second time here, and Dr. Sandeep Chaurasia ji, Madam Shilpa Mehta ji, Dr. Neha Chaudhary ji, who is pillar of this conference, Dr. Sakshi Shringi ji, Dr. Shishir Chauhan ji, and chief guest of the previous session, Dr. Madam Vinita Hariharan ji and Dr. Vijendra Singh Chauhan ji. I'm very happy to find my old friends here, Dr. Ajit Upadhyay ji, and he is here with his life partner, Dr. Anjali ji. Not in order I am reading, but Dr. Shiv Mohan ji from ISRO. Because I live in Tiruchirappalli, I have to catch Chennai flight many a times. And with God's grace, when I peep out of the window of any flight, I have a fair guess from which part of the country, on which part of the country the flight is flying. So I have not gone to Sriharikota, but I have a very clear picture taken by myself from the window of aircraft of Sriharikota. Wonderful scene that is. And ISRO जो हमें धरती से चांद की तरफ ले गया और भी ले जाएगा, सूरज का अब अध्ययन हो रहा है. My meeting with Dr. Suchi Sinha ji and Dr. K. Thirugana Sambandhan ji, Madam Monica Singh ji, and Dr. Arvind Chinchure ji has been very, very beneficial and joyful for me. Come to the topic, time is very much limited. I should wind up within 10 to 12 minutes. We are here to think today how India should look like, the future of India. Viksit Bharat, how it should look like. And I'll also try to connect to the grand theme of these two days program, because today we are focusing on Viksit Bharat, but on the whole, Viksit Bharat, as I understand, is the subset of the entire topic that is circular economy. That is another wonderful topic. Circular economy. By chance, not by chance, by choice. By choice, my one of the master degrees is in economics. And circular economy was not the term I studied when I did my Master of Economics during 1984-86. But later on, when I became a student of management and did PhD in human side of management, I found that India has been for time immemorial advocate for circular approach. और बच्चे खास करके सुनिएगा. Why India has been emphasizing on circular philosophy? As I understand, I have never been formal student of philosophy. But one day I thought that I should read 4,000 pages on philosophy. And I did it in a long time, 2 years' time, slow. I found that Western philosophy, and there is no dividing line I'm trying to draw. Whole earth is one, every citizen of the world is wonderful. Because I am Indian, I must go gaga about Indian or India. My plan is not that. But when India has been custodian of world wisdom for a long time, how I cannot praise India? I am not praising India because I am born here, because my birth in India is accidental. I could have been born in Burkina Faso. I might have been born as a female. Instead of being born in 1964, I would have been born in 2014. This form, my birth is accidental. I must accept it, and we are accepting it. You see, on bigger things, you don't have any decisions of yourself. On minor things, you have decisions. Like in one family, husband said that my wife takes smaller decisions. I take bigger decisions in home. Some person said, how it is possible? How husband can take bigger decision? He said, yes. My wife takes decision which freeze, which car, which house to be purchased. I decide about what should be the treaty between Ukraine and Russia. What should be the international policy of India? I decide about that. So husbands are actually shown their own height in the home. So Western philosophy is linear. It is logic-based. You see, either Descartes or Spinoza or anyone, it starts with at a point, builds logic, tries to establish something, possibly through empiricism also, and then concludes something. Indian philosophy is circular. How? God is immortal. God is immortal. But one name of God, that is Vishnu, in Vishnu Sahasranam is Mrityu. God is immortal, God is death. God is truth. Sat. Sat iti Brahma. Brahma satya hai. But see Bhagavad Gita, it is said, Sad Satchaham Arjuna. When you pronounce Sanskrit, you should pronounce with Sandhi. It gives rhythm. But when you pronounce with Sandhi Vichhed, you get the meaning. So what is Sad Satchaham Arjuna? When Lord Krishna says, Sat Asat Chaham Arjuna. Oh Arjun, I am the truth and I am the untruth also. Because if untruth can exist beyond God, it means untruth has autonomous power to exist and nothing can exist without God. So how Asat can also exist without God? Sat Asat Cha Aham Arjuna. Sad Satchaham Arjuna. And to, let us say, corroborate it, even certain philosophers who got influenced by Indian philosophy, they also started saying about circular things. For example, French philosopher Voltaire said, communication is elliptical. That is his exact word. He did not say circular, but circle and ellipse, they differ in definition, mathematical definition, but almost they are similar, no? They start at one point and end at the same point. So beginning and end is the same, either of circle or of ellipse. Communication is elliptical. That's why not so well-written PhD theses are written in linear manner. And well-written PhD thesis, they are written in circular manner. Circular की तो हम पहले से ही नमस्कार करते हैं. How good PhD thesis or even a good research article can be circular? A good book is circular. A good speech is circular. What does it mean? It is said in communication, of course it is said by, in English communication, that your oral communication must follow the formula of 3 T's, T, alphabet of English. 3 T. First T, tell what you are going to tell. Second T, tell. And third T, tell what you have told. Circular. It is circular. So dear students, especially young students, young mind, please appreciate linear issues, or let us say linear arrangements in various dimensions. But circular has its own deeper concept. And that's why Indian philosophy says death is also to be celebrated. As birth is celebrated, death also to be celebrated. एक शायर ने अपने अंदाज में लिखा था, भूल गया, लेकिन हिंदी में उसका कम से कम गद्य बोल देता हूं कि लोग कहते हैं कि मौत मेरी जिंदगी छीन ले गई, लेकिन मैं कहता हूं मौत ने मेरी जिंदगी के दुखों से मुझे आजाद कर और नई दुनिया में बसा ले गई. तो मृत्यु की भी इतनी प्रशंसा है. तो चलिए, सर्कुलर तो है, बहुत चीज सर्कुलर है. पीएचडी थेसिस सर्कुलर कैसे है? पीएचडी थेसिस बोलता है, पीएचडी थेसिस सेज इन द बिगिनिंग, गुड पीएचडी थेसिस, we will do it. Why? Because it has not been properly approached based on review of literature. We'll do it. Objective hypothesis, analysis. Then it is again said, I have done it. And now I will compare it with already existing set of knowledge, because first time I'm not doing it, many have done it. And then you do interpretation, conclusion, analysis, all these implication. Circular. But before I further emphasize on circular issues, I would say how Viksit Bharat will look like. Again, I'll come back to circular, then I'll end my speech. You see, when I came to this campus yesterday, in the evening, I was taking a stroll in hostel area also, and today also I saw, my God, grandeur, wonderful, wonderful infrastructure. First thing for Viksit Bharat, what is needed is infrastructure. Infrastructure at various levels. Either you think about primary sector of economy or secondary sector or tertiary sector, infrastructure everywhere. And what is infrastructure of your life and my life? Basic infrastructure of my life is my physical body. When I say infrastructure, everything is included. It includes a steel plant, it includes cement plant, it includes coal mine, it includes my physical body. All are infrastructure. Infrastructure is the first need of the country, because I need not to emphasize that how infrastructure creates multiplier effect on the activities of the economy and of the nation. I used to frequently visit Mumbai. I worked in Mumbai also for 5.5 years, in NITI Mumbai, which is now IIM Mumbai. And when I was at IIM Indore, I used to visit Mumbai more frequently because we had a center. IIM Indore has a center in Mumbai. To teach there, I used to go. Mumbai, place of billionaires. But when you see Mumbai from, let us say, height, it gives pain also. What pain? For example, if you see some other cities also I have seen, even Bangalore I have seen, or let us say in India, many other cities I have seen from height. Because Gautam Buddha used to say, when you want to know about a city, see from a height. So, when you see, let us say, any capital of developed country, because we need Viksit means developed country. For example, if you see any capital country, like it may be Paris or Amsterdam, or it may be Madrid, or it may be, say, Milan. Milan is not the capital country, but they appear very homogeneous from the top. And place like Mumbai, it shows the range of economic disparity. That is a point of concern. Point of concern is that India will become number 3 in terms of GDP. But there are many other indicators, and especially students of management should know which are those 20 financial ratios should be at the tip of your tongue, or let us say tip of your finger. Which 20 financial ratios? Because in some context, one financial ratio will be a better indicator. In other context, other will be better indicator. And for my understanding, unless it is a per capita issue, unless the GDP per capita is the indicator, even after attaining number 3 in total GDP, still we will have to cover miles and miles of the distance. That is the point. And secondly, when infrastructure reaches to the far-flung areas of the country, then only you can think about right kind of, let us say, logistics, operational issues of input being taken to one point or output being taken to other point to the market. They are very important. So anyway, to cut the story short, infrastructure is the first requirement, and infrastructure, to my understanding, includes infrastructure for arranging roti, kapda or makan, plus 2 things, education and chikitsa. These 5 things are essential. Infrastructure for 5 things, roti, that is agriculture, kapda, makan. So many researches are there on circular economy and concern from the chashma, from the angle of circular economy towards the construction industry, because there are many activities which are not adding up to the spirit of circular economy there. So infrastructure for 5 things, roti, kapda, makan, chikitsa, shiksha, and infrastructure for transport, everything. That is one. That is one set. Second thing that is needed for Viksit Bharat is, and as I am a student of human resource management, I'll have my own biasness. But biasness has certain base also. Unless capability of human being is developed, Bharat cannot be Viksit. Unless we all actually achieve higher level of capabilities, whatever we do. And for capacity building, a lot of things are going on. Even I am in some committees here and there of Government of India or UGC to take care of capacity building. And when we say about capacity building, it is capacity building of students. It is capacity building of faculty. It is capacity building of academic leaders. I'm also in one of the subcommittees of capacity building for leaders of educational institutions, where we discuss with vice chancellors and deans and professors, senior professors. So capacity building is very much needed. I'll suggest few things quickly. 20% of time a matured student must spend on acquiring knowledge of the subject which is not his or her formal part of education, if the student is in postgraduate program or in PhD program or in DLED program. Up to graduation, maaf kar diya aapko. Up to graduation, what is in the syllabus, read it well, theek hai. But if you are in post-graduation, 20% time, but for 20% time, if you say, if I give 20% there would be reduced time for my study on the subject of which I am a student. I will say, no, then increase your pie size, take extra load. Instead of 8 hours self-study, increase it to 9.5 hours per day. But 20%, unless you do it, you cannot connect the dots between or among various concerns of the country. एक दिक्कत ये हो जाती है, if I am HR professor, I see everything from HR. Everything is from HR angle. I am a chemistry professor, everything is chemistry for me, everything is botany for me. If I am botany professor, I call it tunnel vision. Tunnel vision is like this. Tunnel. I have created a tunnel. More I proclaim, I have 30 years of experience, I have 20 years of experience. More longer experience you proclaim. It means there is an indicator that more you are actually perhaps becoming myopic to your own subject specialization and looking the whole thing from your own tunnel and defining that if I am physicist, physics is the most important. If I am sociology expert, sociology is most important. I would say everything is equally important. And to my darshan, my vision, We started today with Nishesh Jadyapaha. That was the last line when we chanted about Saraswati mantra. Nishesh Jadyapaha. अपहा का मतलब हरण कर लीजिए, जाड्य का मतलब अंधकार, जड़ता. हे महादेवी सरस्वती, हरण कर लो मेरी जड़ता को, मेरे अंधकार को, मेरे अज्ञान को. क्या कहने का अर्थ है? I see now no difference between physical science and social science and commercial science and management and technology. Everything is for humanity. With that spirit, we have to create students. In 14th century, the Adi Kavi of Bangla, Chandidas proclaimed, Shabar upore manuswatto, tahar upore nahi. Above all, above everything, everything can wait. But most important thing is that your concern, your effort should be for the welfare of the entire humanity and also for the animal world which are not human. Or even for inert things also. Like, let us say, even we should preserve rock. The city where I am working now, there is a rock fort temple on which Ganesha temple is there. The rock itself is 3.75 crore years old. And when I touch that, there is a feeling, oh my God, it must be witness of 3.75 crore years of history. So, all knowledge combined together is like a big lake. एक बड़ा झील है, उसके घाट हैं, फलाना घाट, फलाना घाट. एक घाट का नाम फिजिक्स है. The other ghat is chemistry. The other ghat is geology. Other ghat is psychology. Other ghat is phycology. Other ghat is sociology. अरे पानी वही है, झील एक है, घाट अलग हैं. ऐसे दर्शन जब तक पैदा नहीं होंगे, unless we create scientists with artistic mind and we create artists with scientific approach, I think our education will not be complete. And I am one of those unfortunate boys or students, you can say. In 1973, when I was in class 8, I was asked to choose between science and art, and we had let us say, ego pumped in by my teacher that you are good in mathematics, so you should go to only science. So we went to science, and I did good in science. But anyway, so that is important. And first was infrastructure and second is human capability from all angles. विद्यार्थियों, प्यासे हो जाओ अपने आप को डेवलप करने के लिए. As thirsty as I am still today, I am the first student in this auditorium. If there is any learning invitation, I'll first register for anything because I know nothing. I know nothing. Sometimes I feel what I know nothing. इतने बड़े झील में एक घाट को पकड़ के बैठे हुए हैं, उस घाट की तरफदारी कर रहे हैं, दूसरे घाट पे बाड़ा लगा रहे हैं. ये कोई तरीका है पढ़ने का? That's why our national education policy also says about multidisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, transdisciplinary, because psychology also developed as a transdisciplinary between philosophy and neurological approach of German and American approach of psychology. Similarly, management science was not available once upon a time. It developed by taking many streams into its fold, including mathematics and law and sociology and economics and political science. So, that has to be approached to understand. The third one is, we have to develop various technology. We have to be technology savvy. And we are preparing for 2047. We are preparing for 2030 also. SDG 2030, Viksit Bharat 2047. We have to be technology savvy. And then we have to go beyond technology. Technology is a good servant and a bad master. My mobile is here. This is a technological device. It is a very good servant if I regulate its behavior. But once it starts regulating my behavior, it is a bad master. So, now you know that emotions are being pumped into inert machines, and machines are learning just like this, that a good performer, either a singer or dancer, very seasoned dancer, also does not know before starting the dancing on a particular occasion that how much she will be or he will be able to improvise. That happens as he or she gets a response from the environment. कभी चेतना उछाल मार रही है तो नृत्य और अच्छा हो जाता है. कभी दर्शकों से दाद मिल रही है तो नृत्य उस दिन और अच्छा हो जाता है। ये इम्प्रोवाइजेशन मशीन कर रहा है और इंसान नहीं करेगा तो कैसे होगा? एंड दैट इज कॉल्ड मशीन लर्निंग। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, ऑफ कोर्स इट इज अ वेरी ओल्ड कॉन्सेप्ट, 1950 से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस चल रहा है, अब जाके उसका एक सिग्निफिकेंट कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन हुआ, तब हम बात कर रहे हैं उसकी, मशीन लर्निंग, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। बट कॉन्शियसनेस हैज टू बी एक्चुअली टू बी प्रोटेक्टेड बाय ह्यूमन बीइंग। The fourth factor for Viksit Bharat is we must be doing effort from 360-degree angle. Wherever you are, as Siddharth ji was saying, I fully believe, sir, that live life king size. And sister folks, live like queens. Why I'm saying so? You run after, and also Dr. Chauhan was emphasizing that, और उस पर मैं एक हिंदी में जोड़ देना चाहता हूँ, चौहान जी ने जो कहा उससे कुछ सीख करके मैं हिंदी में जोड़ देना चाहता हूँ कि बच्चों, आप सपने भी नहीं देखना जानते हैं। और क्षमा करिएगा, बात के संकेत को लीजिएगा, शब्दों को नहीं। एक भिक्षुक ने सपना देखा, भिक्षुक नहीं भिखारी, स्पष्ट ही बोल दूं ना, भिक्षुक तो गौतम बुद्ध थे, भिखारी थोड़ी थे, लेकिन मैं भिखारी की बात कर रहा हूं। एक भिखारी ने सपना देखा एक रात कि मैं इस मोहल्ले का सबसे बड़ा भिखारी हो गया हूं। यही उसके सपने की सीमा है। सपना देखना ही। तो मैं बात बंद करता हूं सर। पद, पैसा और प्रतिष्ठा, तीन चीजें, तीनों प से शुरू होता है हिंदी में, पद, पैसा, प्रतिष्ठा। इन तीनों के पीछे कभी जाना ही नहीं है। I am a zero career person, but in my own academics, I have seen all the kinds of positions and all types of government funded higher educational institution. आप मेरे जैसा दूसरा फैकल्टी दिखाइए हिंदुस्तान में जिसने सैलरी है स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से, स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी से, सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी से, नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट से, इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट से। अपनी बड़ाई के लिए नहीं कह रहा हूं, मैं कुछ पाना ही नहीं चाहता था। करना क्या चाहता था? चूजिंग राइट वर्क, enjoying my work, living in my own intoxicated world, reading, teaching, writing, apne aap mil gaya. So Gautam Buddha said after he got enlightened that as the wheel of bullock cart keeps following the footstep of the bullock, उसमें हवाई जहाज नहीं था ना, तो उदाहरण कहां से लाते? तो जिस प्रकार से बैल के खुरों के दाग के पीछे पीछे बैलगाड़ी का चक्का घूमता जाता है, उसी प्रकार से तुम्हारे मन के पीछे तुम्हारा तन और फिर कर्म भी चलता चला जाता है। वन थिंग ओनली यू सिर्फ एक काम करना है विद्यार्थियों को, चूज द राइट एक्शन यू हैव टू डू एंड देन पुट योर बेस्ट देयर, दैट्स ऑल। एंड लास्ट फैक्टर फॉर विकसित भारत इज दैट डिवोट योर एक्शन टू द हायर कॉज। तुम कहते हो सफलता, सफलता अस्तित्व को बनाने दो ना। लेट एग्जिस्टेंस डिफाइन सक्सेस, बिकॉज यू डिफाइन सक्सेस इन अ वेरी नैरो वे। आई शुड अपीयर इन दिस एग्जाम, आई शुड पास दिस एग्जाम। If you appear in the exam, you pass or may not pass, but the effort done to prepare for exam will never go unrewarded, guaranteed by 40th shloka of 2nd chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which says, Neha bhikram nashosti pratyavayo na vidyate swalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahto bhayat. That any action does not go waste. Every action gives its result. Depending on the intention and the auspiciousness of action, you get the result. And no action gives reverse result. And if you believe in this, you will be fearless. त्रायते महतो भयात, ये भय से भी मुक्ति कर देगा. और जो व्यक्ति भय से थोड़ा थोड़ा भी मुक्त होना शुरू हो गया, उसके जीवन में खिलावट आ जाती है. वो 100 पंखुड़ियों वाले फूल से 1000 पंखुड़ियों वाला हो जाता है. एक शायर ने कहा, आगे था सदबर्ग, यह गुल अब हजारा हो गया. मैं पहले 100 पंखुड़ियों वाला फूल था, अब 1000 वाला हो गया. तो ये 5 चीजें मैंने क्या कही? बिल्ड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, बिल्ड ह्यूमन कैपेबिलिटीज, डू एफर्ट्स फ्रॉम ऑल एंगल्स, create all kinds of, let us say, instruments and be with the technology. And 5th is be in your own masti. आपकी मस्ती को आपकी परमिशन के बिना कोई छीन नहीं सकता। आप बहुत लिबरल हैं परमिशन देने में। मुझे दुख दे जाओ, इधर आओ, इधर, मुझे तकलीफ दे जाओ, ऑल परमिटेड। कैसे आदमी हो गए हैं हम? पूरा करुणामय होइए, उदार होइए, दयामय होइए, लेकिन कोई आपको तकलीफ देने आया कहे नॉट परमिटेड, यू कांट गिव मी पेन्स। तो सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी में और भी कुछ बातें हैं जो कि मैं हो सकता है कि पैनल डिस्कशन में आऊंगा तो कहूंगा। अंत में मैं ये बात कहना चाहता हूं कि 3 तरह के अप्रोचेस हुए हैं बिटवीन ह्यूमन बीइंग एंड नेचर। अफ्रीकन बेसिकली फिलॉसफी हैज सेड नेचर इज ड्रेडफुल, बी fearful of it. And typically Western culture has said nature is to be won upon, it has to be exploited, it has to be explored. और ऋग्वेद ने कहा ऋतस्य यथा प्रेत। ऋतस्य means rhythm, यथा means accordingly, preta means abhipreta, you behave accordingly. Your job on this earth is to create rhythm and symphony and a kind of, let us say, philharmonic orchestra. That is your job. Then only we'll be able to actually gift the earth out of our existence. Otherwise, we are only exploiting it. At the end, I'll quote Gorakh, who said, हबकी न बोलीबा, ठबकी न चालीबा, धीरे धरीबा पाँव। बहुत हबक हबक के मत बोलना और ठुमक ठुमक के मत चलना कि धरती को चोट लगे, धीरे धरीबा पाँव। इस जगत में हम यात्री की तरह आए हैं, सराय खाना है, जाना है। तो 2 काम करिएगा, भोजन खाते समय प्लेट पर अन्न का एक दाना ना छूटे, आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन शुरू हो जाएगा सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की तरफ। और दूसरा, चाहे वो होटल ही हो या कोई सराय हो या लॉज हो, जहां आप ठहर के जाते हैं ना, वहां जाते समय देखिएगा कि घर की रूम की अवस्था ठीक ठाक है। वो रूम को ठीक नहीं बनाएगा, हमारे चरित्र को ठीक बनाएगा। सब ठीक ठाक से रख दिया है क्योंकि इसका हमने 24 घंटा उपयोग किया है। और हो सके तो वहाँ एक मंत्र पढ़ के जाइएगा जो आपका फेवरेबल हो, कि इसके आने वाला जो भी यहाँ ठहरे सबका कल्याण हो। और इस प्रकार से हम जिएंगे तो इस पृथ्वी पर भार स्वरूप नहीं, बल्कि इस पृथ्वी के सौंदर्य को बढ़ाने में हमारा योगदान होगा। समय ज़्यादा हो रहा है, इसलिए मैं एब्रप्ट एंडिंग ही सही लेकिन कर देता हूँ। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful talk. So, into this continuation, we have our next speaker, and let me take this opportunity to introduce about Shilpa Mehta, Director of PwC India, IT industry expert. Shilpa ji, project management professional certified by PMI, demonstrating expertise in project management principles. She is having 17 years of techno-managerial experience in ICT project delivery. Shilpa having led large-scale digital transformation project, improving business process and customer experiences. She manages teams of over 50 individuals, showcasing strong leadership and resource allocation skills. I request you, ma'am, please kindly come forward for your talk, please.
Thank you so much. And after sir, I'm anyways under performance pressure, so please don't judge me for it. So very good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for coming on a Saturday. I can feel when my boss calls me on Saturday how it feels like. But I'm telling you, these Saturdays coming only, give you an edge over others. So Monday to Friday, you are busy in your daily routine and, learning your academics. But this Saturday only will give you the edge over others. So I take care of large-scale digital transformation in government and public sector, having more than 17 years of experience in this space, have been to multiple colleges and industries, helping students to understand what industry needs from you. You are learning the academics part, right? But what is that industry needs? You're going through a defined space, but is that the industry looking out for, or there is something delta over it which we are looking for? So just trying to help you from that lens. As far as circular economy is concerned, I'm sure you all would be knowing much about it. And we all agree that it is the need of the hour. It is required for the sustainable growth and everything. We agree, right? I'll just touch upon the IT lens of it, like how technology can play, how as consultants we are taking care of it. When we go meet our clients, be it government and public sector or the corporate clients, how we tell them what circular economy is and what value does it hold from a technology standpoint. So won't take much of your time, I'll just try to squeeze it up. In simple words, so as consultants, we never go anything without PPT. So whenever if you're planning to come to consultancy, PPT should be the first thing you should have your hands on. Second, we never go without data points. So again, on screen, maybe some data points for you. The world's population is growing, resources, demands are increasing, but what are we left with? If we will not change this approach of production and consumption, will we be able to survive? Maybe for some years, but by the time you guys will be up there, what will you be giving to your further generations, right? So look at the data. What does data say? It says we are using 60% of Earth's resources that it can regenerate every year. Not even 10%, 20% more, 60% more. So what is left out? Nothing in hand. Similarly, more than 100 billion tons of resources are entering into the economy every year because production is happening, that is not getting stopped. Consumption is happening, that is not getting stopped. So economy is moving. But what is left out? Only 8.6% is getting recycled. And after disposal also, only 5% gets used. So with this point is very clear that circular economy is not going away. It is imperative to have it, right? So this shift from the linear take, make, dispose to the circular economy that is regenerative in nature, this will be the largest shift, I would say, from the Industrial Revolution which happened 250 years back. So this transition can only be enabled or only be accelerated if we are using some technologies, right? If digital transformations and circular economy can go hand in hand, can be managed, can be co-deployed, then only probably we can take it to a faster pace. Again, in consulting world, we say, no technology, no paradise. So the world which we are living in is nothing short of a paradise as of now. Imagine the time where our parents, our grandparents used to live. Were they having access to these things? Some things which we take for granted today, phone, internet, these are like we are taking it for granted. Ye to by default hai, right? Our parents were not having that, or maybe our grandparents were not having that. These were luxuries for them, right? And today, we are taking it by default. If for 10 minutes, internet will not be here, there'll be a chaos everywhere. Oh, internet is not happening. You will start checking with everyone. Aapka aa raha hai? Aapka aa raha hai? Nahi, mera nahi aa raha hai. It happens, right? Last month or I think couple of months back, Facebook was down for some hours. It was havoc everywhere. Oh, my account got hacked. Your Instagram is coming, your Facebook is coming. This was happening. So this shows that we are living in a world which is nothing short of a paradise. So no technology, no paradise. Technology should be there. That is for sure. And this paradigm shift is possible by using technologies appropriately. We all have heard about the buzzwords, AI, Gen AI, IoT, blockchain. So how these technologies can play a role in this entire value chain? Probably that is what we need to figure out. It's not just going by buzzwords. It is by figuring out what technology can play which role where. If I try to, bucketize the digital transformation in this circular economy space in 3 major areas. First can be interoperability and systems. So there should be online systems available to capture data, right? Whatever things are happening, they should be captured somewhere digitally. And then once systems are ready, they should talk to each other. Once this interoperability is there, what is happening on one side can be accessed on the other side. If this flow of data is happening, then comes driving information and knowledge out of it. So once you will be having that information, that knowledge, and interoperability, one part is solved. Second comes making products, making designs circular in nature. If it comes by design, we have to produce to have it circularity in nature. For example, if you are in a supply chain business, if a product is getting designed, why can't we use 3D printing? Why can't we use digital twins? These are new technologies, but can be used very well to avoid emissions. And third, the very important part is, okay, fine, we have developed systems, we have developed circular products, but what if consumers are not using it that way? Because they are not aware. So spreading awareness to consumers and citizens is a very important factor. We all are on social media, on Facebook, YouTube, Instagrams. We all enjoy that 30 seconds reel on Instagram. Why can't a 30 seconds reel be made on circular economy as well and be displayed there? Probably that will help people to understand this concept much better, right? So instead of having long PDFs and going through those PDFs, what is it, where is it, why can't we have that medium? So try to use digital medium. That is what I'm saying. Digital is the key to make things successful. So I won't take much of your time because I understand the attention span is not more than 10 seconds. So you will say, pata nahi kya bole ja rahi hai, but I'll conclude here. So who all will take care of the circular economy tech space, right? These are the technology leaders. And who are the technology leaders? You guys are. You are the future leaders of technology, so you have to take it ahead. So when normally we do survey of all CEOs, big Fortune 500 CEOs, and as per that survey, it came out, 40% of CEOs believe that their technology leaders will be the key driver of business strategy. It's not that 60% said no, 60% was divided into multiple other areas, but maximum believe that technology drivers will be leading the business strategy, right? And what we are expecting from these technology leaders, only 4 things. Devise the technology strategy, use disruptive technology in the entire cycle, reduce the emissions, consider the data centers which are running, how much emission is coming out of that, so try to reduce that part. Make sustainable decision making. Can it be possible? We are thinking before going through the field. And finally, building skills for the future. So whenever new strategies come up, there's demand for new jobs. When there's a demand for new job, new skills are required. So you all should be equipped with new skills so that you are well equipped for the future. And circular economy is the future, so you should have these skills which are well equipped in the system, plus the capacity building of the organization. These are just technologies. I will not dig deeper into that, but just one question. We all must be hearing AI, Gen AI, IoT, blockchain. Do we actually understand what is AI and what is Gen AI? We all must be using Netflix. Netflix uses AI or Gen AI? AI or Gen AI? So actually, AI is like analyzing data and coming up with predictions. Gen AI means analyzing data and creating new content out of it. So Netflix is not creating new content using AI. So that is using AI, by the way. And why I brought this example, because we are in talks with Netflix. They are coming up with a very unique thing. They're trying to take up a movie with a different story ending for 2 different genre of people. So if I like happy ending, same movie can have the happy ending for me, and same movie can have the sad ending for another person. So that will be the Gen AI. When the new content will be generated using AI, so that is what Netflix is coming up. So anyways, that's what I was saying. A lot of these things are coming up. I'll just conclude this by saying 2 points to you. One, which I just said, no technology, no paradise. Please take it a thought. Keep yourself relevant and updated. And second, I was attending a conference yesterday, and there somebody very senior, CEO of a firm, he gave one pointer. He said, we used to say, age is a number, right? Now we say, age is a negative number. Why? Because if we are not updating ourselves, if we are not reinventing ourselves, we are just accumulating our age. And nobody wanted a rotten banana. Everybody wanted a fresh green banana, which can be kept safe for some time and then can be eaten later on. So please keep yourself updated. Keep yourself relevant with the technology so that whenever these things come up, you are well equipped, and future like this, circular economy and concepts like this can be well accelerated through technology. That's all from my side. Won't bore you much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Very well-driven presentation with your thoughts. Thank you. So here we have a break for the lunch, and again we'll assemble here for the next panel discussion and some other important sessions of Vijendra sir. So everyone is requested to please join after the lunch at 2:30. Thank you, everyone.
together, filled with promise, purpose, and endless possibilities to continue. So, now we are starting with the panel discussion. And for the panel discussion, I'm inviting the speakers on the stage. May I now first invite Dr. Suchi Sinha, behavioral scientist and professor from IIT Delhi. Dr. Shiv Mohan, retired director, ISRO. Dr. Arvind Chinchure, founder, QLeap Academy and member board of management, MUJ. I would request Shilpa Mehta, executive director, PwC India, for joining on the session. Dr. N.D. Mathur, Dean, Jaipur School of Economics, JCRC University. Professor Pawan Kumar Singh, Director, IIM Trichy. And Dr. Ajit Upadhyay, Senior Professor, PIMR, Indore, former Director, PIMR, Devas. For the moderation, I would request Dr. Siddharth Rajhans and Professor, Dean Faculty of Engineering, Professor Arun Shanbag, to join on the session. So it's going to be a very interesting talk. Let's enjoy it. And if you have any questions, you can ask. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us in what they call the gravestone hour after lunch. And we are really excited that you have turned up. I've been informed more folks are coming in. So when we were conceptualizing this conclave, we decided that instead of the routine panel discussion, we'll do something like a fireside chat, which in the US they typically do. And it's more engaging, more vibrant. You get a whole lot of new perspectives. And of course, following this will be a special panel with Vijender sir. So to begin with, this panel is all about the use of tech because like at this university of the 14,028 students, as Jawahar sir informed us this morning, right? 14028. 9,000 are of the Faculty of Engineering. So that shows us that technology and engineering in particular is indeed a great mover for incredible exponential change to happen. And that is also true for a lot of industries, and not just industries, but the country's trajectory. India's tech diplomacy today is the reason why we are on the verge of becoming and being recognized as a true global leader. The reason why we have Sundar Pichai at Google, a Satya Nadella at Microsoft, a Shiv Nadar at HCL, a V. Narasimhan at Novartis, a Lakshman Narasimhan at Starbucks, an Arvind Krishna at IBM, a Shantanu Narayan at Adobe, a Ajay Banga at World Bank, including the head of a website called OnlyFans. My friends in the last two rows might know, is an Indian woman, Amrapali Gan, who was the CEO briefly. So the reason why there are so many Indians at so many places speaks volumes about India's dominance in tech. And therefore, this panel is about exploring the very nature of using tech as an enabler in this journey of Viksit Bharat. So to begin with, and in the order of the panel, because Shilpa ma'am joined us only for today, we'll begin with you. At PwC, which is one of the 4 major accounting firms, along with Deloitte, Ernst & Young, and KPMG. So PricewaterhouseCoopers. How do you envision consulting? Because consulting careers and consulting nature of the IT industry has been one of India's foremost contributions to the world. From TCS to Infosys, every Indian is today able to live the American dream and eventually settle in the US because of the prominence of the consulting industry. So how do you envision this as India's contribution in the world space? And Bob Moritz, the global chairperson of PwC, how do you envision his role as a leader in this space?
Thank you, Siddharth, for this question. And as I mentioned earlier also in my session, that technology definitely is an enabler, is an accelerator to what we are doing today. And good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you are awake after the lunch hour. It is the most difficult hour, but try to be awake for such enlightening discussions. Coming back to your question, how consulting can change, can transform India's sector, and how PwC can play a role in it. See, consulting, it's not like only giving advice to government. We are never into that. If you see all consulting firms, I'm not only talking about PwC, but all Big Fours, all consulting firms are associated with the major programs of Government of India. If I talk about PwC only, we were there when this Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana came. We conceptualized that, we took it ahead, we took it to the conclusion, and today 4 crore beneficiaries are getting the benefit of that scheme, so we take very much pride in that. Similarly, when Passport Seva came, so it was initially, you must be remembering how Passport used to work. You have to go to the office, you have to, rub your slippers there to get your password done. But then PwC was the consulting agency for passport transformation also, and then TCS came into the picture and they did the modernization. So not only us, all Big Fours, all consulting firms are somehow associated with all major programs of Government of India, and not only Government of India. Look at the corporate side of it, be it Haldiram modernization, be it Vedanta modernization. If I talk about semiconductor industry, we are there. So, and why we are there? Because we understand technology to some extent. We try to, educate our clients on that perspective, how technology can enable that. And definitely, we consider ourselves as the catalyst in this direction. Of course, the push has to come from government and from the implementing agencies. But what is our role in that? We are technology enablers. We accelerate the process. We are the catalyst in this process. That's what we call ourselves. And how we do that? We have multiple, sectors within PwC also. I spoke about Gen AI, I spoke about IoT, I spoke about blockchain. All these things are the new generation emerging technologies, which are definitely playing a role in it. And that's why I urge all of them in my session also, that you have to keep yourself updated so that you are not getting outdated when you are coming out. Keep yourself updated with these technologies, and companies are looking for it. Not only government side of it, not only corporate side of it, within internal, metrics also, we look forward to such things to ease out our processes. So definitely, I would say technology is an accelerator in enabling of all these programs. And without this, you can move, but this transition won't be as smoother as it can be with the help of technology.
Coming to the other woman in the panel, ma'am, you work for IIT Delhi. The IITs have been long known to be the backbone of India's dominance in tech. And a lot of great people have come out of IIT Delhi as well. How do you look at the change that IIT Delhi is doing in this space? And how do you see that as a major factor for India's growth story towards being a developed nation?
Actually, I'll take it even to the larger, your second question first in one way, because it was fascinating, because when while an opportunity can come in the face of a challenge, so when COVID hit and education did look like now we need to, we had not done anything significantly online before, right? We were not used to of doing that kind of format. Everybody had to take it up. Technology then became the enabler for the basic education that we were there for to even take place, for us to even be able to impart and carry on with its pursuit. The second interesting thing that I'm noticing is, so one is, of course, now you can take, and it's empowering for people to know that I could be sitting in any part of the country, of the world, but I have access to content online. It is psychologically empowering to know that I can actually learn that, I can gain some competence, I can gain certain understanding and be up to speed or maybe even ahead of it. So it does start to level out at one level, at least information access. Now what you do with it, how you make sense of it, that's the step two, but at least you have access to that information, which was not the case when technology was not connecting us in the way that it is now. The second interesting thing is that we can't shy away and say that old was better, let's not. We've got to create that balance where, and we talk about it extensively, is the responsible use. When used responsibly, and many institutes that I'm aware of are also starting to talk about how do we create policies for, let's say, responsible generative AI use. You can't shy away from it. We've got to acknowledge its presence, and at the same time, we've got to create frameworks where people can use it legitimately, report it, disclose it, responsibly talk about it, and use it responsibly. So I think if we keep all of that in mind, and of course it's been a facilitator, it has its dark side. I research personally on some of the dark side of it. I research on some of the counterproductive sides of it. So I can go on and speak. I mean, 10 minutes for me would be nothing to speak on the matter. But having said that, I would like to leave it with a very balanced approach, that it has allowed us to take a leap. It has allowed for some kind of an equalization to happen. At the same time, we have to be cognizant of not letting ourselves become cognitively lazy just because we have technology. We've got to use it in a way that it helps us. Like I said, if the first point was about empowerment, it will not come through cognitive laziness or being, chalo technology kar rahi hai, mujhe kya karna hai. The spirit has to be, ye to ho gaya, what next can I do, what can I do better with it? And with that approach, it becomes an enabler and not really a detriment then.
I just want to follow up on some of the discussions we had, and even what Siddharth mentioned. Engineering is definitely dominating, even in the country as a whole, definitely in this institution. But somebody said, with great authority comes great responsibility. So we have a big burden on our shoulders to make sure we use that technology in a very responsible way. So if you take it from the wide-angle view of the world, say Viksit Bharat 2047 or wherever, so if we are sitting here, engineers are somehow in the driver's seat to a large extent, we have a responsibility to figure out how we're going to use that technology and where do we want to end up, because we could easily derail that train. So that, I see that even in our institutions. We are 9,000, as you mentioned, out of 14. If I want to change the curriculum, I could just say one word, and 3 other department HODs will come screaming at me. Do you realize one change in engineering is going to cause all this ripple effects, and you may destroy other departments? Because I'm trying to say I have to help engineers face the future, but there's other issues we have to deal with. So I think that we have to keep in mind also. So as engineers, all of you, all of us, we have a responsibility also how we behave, what we plan to do, and what we think we want to do, where we want to take this country. So that is one point I wanted to mention. The second point is I was at a Deloitte Leadership Symposium last week, and one of the key things they said is with the introduction of Gen AI has penetrated every department, every function of Deloitte. They have said if we were hiring 1,000 people before, from now on we'll only hire 200. What that means is there's going to be an 80% reduction in workforce. So students, if they think, engineers think, I am a coder, you need to find a different profession. So if you think you are going to work yourself for a job, that job is gone. workforces are going to be defined not by job titles, but by skill sets. And this is what I think Madam Shilpa was talking about. So you had to figure out what skill sets you're going to have. No need of coding. GenAI will do a masterful job at 3 in the morning when you are sleeping of writing the right code. So you have to figure out is where is your domain expertise where you can tell Gen AI what software to write. It's not that what you have to write something, what you want that to write. That is something we need to, and to do that, you need domain expertise. So I was elaborating on some of the things you said, we need skill sets and domain knowledge. That is very important. But my question is actually to Dr. Arvind and Dr. Shiv Mohan. I mean, sir, what you talked about ISRO is amazing. Every Indian is proud of it. Every time we want to look at any speaker where we say, can you find somebody from ISRO? It's a technology institute. We're like, can you find somebody, some lady, some man, somebody associated with ISRO? We're very proud of it. The question is, why after 50 years, we only have ISRO to think about? How come? How come there are no 10 other technology companies or organizations where we can be so proud of? Why is there only ISRO? We are saying banking on it. And then partly the question is to Dr. Arvind also, with your industry expertise. Where is that next ISRO coming from the private sector and the government sector maybe, which will make us all proud? We want 10. Right. So I want to leave that to both of you as a question.
Yeah, there's certainly the ISRO is, I can say, the seed sown by Vikram Sarabhai, and subsequently kind of leaders we have got, really hats off to them. I talked about Professor Satish Dhawan, who was the first chairman of ISRO, and Abdul Kalam, those kind of leaders. And if you look to them, and I had little opportunity with them. So even few minutes with them, you will just, whole life will change. I know, just think of with these kind of people and I can say seniors, they have worked with them. And I worked with the people, those who learned with them. So, when I joined from Delhi University, after that, when I joined ISRO in 78. And when you come from university to a government department, typical government department, work from our office time was 9 to 5. And university during PhD, you don't have that kind of life. You will go to coffee house 10 times in a day. Within campus, there was a coffee house, not only 1, 2, 3, and all of our gang was going to coffee or chalo coffee pite. So we were used of that type of life. So once I joined that, and there's no coffee or nothing, everybody is sitting from 9 to 5, and at 5 is over. Now, why they are not going? 7, 8 o'clock. And that kind of environment we get from very beginning. That people at office time is 10 to 5, they are coming at 9 o'clock and going at 9 o'clock. So you also become over the time of that type. So first is what you learn is from your seniors, that how they were, and then you also become after some time of that type, and you also start working. And when somebody new nowadays, those who come work with us, then they say, "Aapko milta kya ye sab karne se? Aap baith ke rehte ho." So that kind of thing, which then I remember I also used to think about my seniors. So one is commitment to the work, commitment to the organization. Other thing what I say about the organization, your projects, whatever you are doing, there is a strong review of that every time. Every time when you take a project. Our is not a small project, it's crores of projects, involved is crores. So when project, suppose one satellite project is there, maybe 500 people, 300 people are involved. Center-wise project means at least 50, 60 people are involved. That means now money is involved. That means my expenditure, whatever I have projected, suppose I have projected 50 lakhs, then 50 lakhs should be spent by the year end. nothing should be left. And this has been recorded in the ministry that ISRO is the only organization who spends full money. Because we are observed every time kitna paisa kharch hua or nahi hua, who is responsible. Then when when somebody is observing, who is invited for that meeting? Myself, my superior, my subordinate, and in administrator who handles the file, and accounts person who passed the bill. Why you have not passed this bill? Why this money is not transferred to the agency? So all those happens. So it means each and every person is involved in your review person, so that money is spent. So money spending, work process, everybody is involved, whether technical assistant A or my senior. Why it is not happening? Suppose I put my blame to my senior, he will know that he has put a. So everything is cleanly done. It has impact. It has impact. There will nothing is wrong. Everybody will do his work correctly because somebody will call and why it is not happening. So all thing is happening at a time, within time, and everybody is responsible for everything. It's not only one is responsible. Now, when there is a reporting, only one is responsible. Who is that? Only chairman. Nobody can say, I have done my, no, this I have done. No, only our chairman will report. So that's kind of working, and that's how we are successful. Because of that kind of order we have. Order is very clear that you are only doing work for the country, not for yourself. You can be a good scientist. You are recognized as a good scientist. People recognize, but you are doing for the country. So commitment to the work, and once that kind of happens, no, everybody is doing work. You take anybody in our organization, mostly, I will say 95%, coming from the average institute. But after seeing each other, they also start working. We don't have people from IITs or foreign trained. We are never trained in any country. From very beginning, I tell you, in 80s, I proposed a payload for India. I said we will be the first in the world if we are able to launch this 90 gigahertz radiometer, which can pick up all the data set on the water resources in the Himalayan region. We will be able to map. That was my vision, or 90 gigahertz radiometer was available in DLR, where I worked, German Aerospace Research Organization, and they were willing to jointly work with us. And our bosses didn't agree for that, for two reasons: that you develop in your own country, I will allow. So means Made in India program, what is now by PM Modi, was in our ISRO from very day one. So things are there in ISRO, which many of things are coming in this country today by the government vision. So Made in India, everything, chips. We are trying to buy minimum things from abroad. Mostly things are done by ourselves, without any training, home-built scientists. So that means we have developed the ability to achieve our own thing. We know that this is the problem we have to solve. We can't buy anything from the outside. Something we have to buy, but not everything. So that's how, and one more thing, what I say, hardship give you the better journey, better output. So because we have gone through all hardship from day one, so we are getting certainly better results. So certainly government, we cannot say everybody should go through hardship, but certainly that is one of the reasons we have gone ahead. And now today we feel much better because now government gives us more responsibilities only because we have seen the bad days. Now they know that these people would be able to do it. So that's how we are better off. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect, sir. Sir, what do you feel? What is the next level of ISRO? The privatization of the space industry. How do you see that happening? There are, of course, some incredible startups called Anterix and all of them that are creating what we call as LEO satellites, low Earth orbit satellites. Of course, sir's talk about sustainability was space debris mitigation, trying to reduce the junk in space with all these unused satellites, but also human exploitation of the world doesn't stop with the planet, it goes into the atmosphere. And in the atmosphere, we then realized, well, we'll clear what we call as near Earth orbit, but then we have something below that called low Earth orbit, just above the stratosphere, and it's pretty empty. So let's fill that with nano, cube, and microsats. So that's where the private side of the industry comes into play. Next, ISRO, where is it coming from?
Very big question. I think
Or
Dr.
next
Shiv
big
Mohan will be
breakthrough
able to
in
share.
tech.
But
Yeah.
let me share my experience from the ground. But let me first, today is such a fascinating day, so much to learn, right from vernacular architecture for sustainability to diversity of aspirations to many, many insights. But one most important insight that I picked up from Professor Singh is, if technology is serving you, it works. But if technology becomes a master, it's a bad master. It's a very profound way to look at technology and, of course,
Absolutely.
what you said, the power of technology. Let me make a couple of points, quick points, because since we are discussing about Viksit Bharat, so I will try to connect technology with Viksit Bharat, which means economy, but economics with the society. So these are the four things which will lead to, responding to, how do we create, startups and why some startups are creating startups. See, fundamentally, technology for society or Viksit Bharat. When we say Viksit Bharat, what it means, it's not about 200 million people like you and me who are sitting in a beautiful auditorium and having access to that technology. That anyway will happen. That's what many startups and big industry will do. So now let me talk about those people who do not have access to technology. That is close to 1.2 billion people. Most of the industry, most of the startup is trying to serve that 200 million people and trying to solve their problem. That's what is happening in the world. Now, what about these 1.2 billion people, and how do we empower them so that they come into the mainstream of economy? And for that, we need access to technology. Now, access to technology means that to someone who does not have money. So we want to access the technology to someone who cannot afford to pay to get that access, which means that we have to create access equality for those who are economically unequal, or those access equality we have to provide to those who are economically not that well off. And if that happens, the true empowerment of the technology comes. So access equality in economic equality is a very, very important concept that we need to work. Now, what does this mean? For example, let's take care of India Stack. And based on India Stack, look at this QR code. Now, the QR code, access to QR code technology is available to even somebody who is sitting and selling murmura, right? Or somebody who's selling the coconut shell. And that's what the true development and true power of a technology we will have. So that access. Now, when can that access happen? There are 4 A's. The first A is when we build the technology based on, say, ISRO's technology. First is that technology has to be affordable. But just affordability does not work. We need to make sure that that particular technology is acceptable.
Yes.
Unless the technology is accepted, like QR code, what do I do with that technology? But it doesn't mean that we will succeed. But that technology should be made available to everybody. And unless that technology is available, the technology will not get this thing. But that person has to accept that technology. So unless we work or build a technology which has these 4 A's, we will never be able to leverage and empower the technology for the societal good or for the economic growth. Now, what does this mean? Once the technology gets accessed to those who do economically not that well off, once their life and income grows up, what it means that these people are coming into the mainstream of economy. Now we are bringing those people who were not in the mainstream of economy, we are bringing them into the economy through the use of technology. For example, access to the mobile phone. You know, it's a democratized. So that's, I would say, that the true power of technology, and then only we will see the Viksit Bharat. Now coming back to the startups. So I work with startups in tier 2 and tier 3. And I see the aspirations of, say, engineers or somebody who is doing undergrad, there is very, very different. So what aspirations we see here in the, say, cities and the aspirations that I see in these smaller towns is very, very different. And these smaller town youth is trying to solve the real problem on the ground.
Correct.
That's the best thing that I see, because I worked in Hubli, Dharwad, and then I also worked in a smaller villages. In smaller villages, I worked with an NGO called Swayam Shikshan Prayog. There are 3 lakh women. They are entrepreneurs and leaders. 3 lakh women entrepreneurs at the grassroots. And what is the beauty of technology? Now today, if they are producing, say, or they have a cow and they get the milk and they go and deposit that milk in the milk collection, the moment the milk gets, collected, there is a technology that will measure all the fat and other things. And by the time they go home, they exactly know that how much liter of milk, what was the fat, and what is the cost of that milk, or how much money they're going to get. And that money gets paid directly in their account, women's account, not men's account.
Perfect.
And that's the true power of, that's the democratization of real technology that happens at the grassroots. And then only we can see the Viksit Bharat.
Brilliant, sir.
So
Sir,
I can go on these startup, but I think...
So, ND Mathur Saab, the democratization of technology. You are a Dean of Humanities at JECRC, a prominent university in Jaipur, a homegrown brand turned a great university. You are also a former member of the MUJ family. You have seen a whole bunch of students. In your CV, I read you were the first full economics professor appointed around this. How do you witness the growth of economic education and its importance in the democratization of tech and India's growth story? You can take more time because this year you are joining us today, so we'll be happy to hear from you.
खिड़कियां खोल दी हमने, लेकिन बहुत देर की. हमें तो यही पता था कि बाहर भी अंधेरा है. Respected panel members, it's really amazing to share the panel with learned people like such a great, brilliant panel. The question asked to me is about the how do I perceive and how do I see the circular economy. In fact, the 3 buzzwords are there: the Viksit Bharat, the circular economy, and then education, role of education in the circular economy, and then economics of circular economy. These are the buzzwords. Now friends, when we talk about circular economy, it is slightly different from sustainable development. In sustainable development, that is our end goal. But circular economy is the path to reach that end goal. How can we reach that end goal? And education can play an important role in this. Because through education, through new education policy, now this is a new field. Education and circular economy is a field which is in infancy, but it is quite integrative, it is quite systemic, and this field, we should reap the benefits of education in inculcating the circular economy, because circular economy is a way of life. How we can imbibe the circular economy practices, that can be done through education. And in education, what we need to do is that we will have to imbibe the circular economy material into our curricula, our curriculum. Curriculum should be designed in such a manner, we should develop certain courses which are the circular economy specific courses, and then teachers training, faculty training in this regard, because their capacity building will be required, and then industry, academia and policy makers, they should work in tandem so that academia can change or can imbibe the knowledge. Similarly, the policy makers can bring out the policies like e-waste management or waste management or solid waste management, what kind of technologies and policies are required. And then the industry people will think that how to reuse or how to reduce and how to repair and how to replenish the 7 R's required for circular economy process. And then sustainable development is, the circular economy is not only for environment, that carbon emission will be less. It is for, it is part of life, it is way of life in fact, that how we should every day behave, and our way of life should be such that we reuse the material, or we furnish the material, or we just replenish the material and restore it, or the longer life, energy efficiency in the life. You see in Manipal University, all parkings and roofs, they are all solar panels are there. So it should become our part of life. And that there are economic benefits of circular economy also. Not only the carbon emission will be less, but the jobs, more jobs will be created out of it. And not only jobs will be created, but variety of jobs will be created. GDP will also increase. So I come to Viksit Bharat part now, that we have presumed that will be $30 trillion economy by 2047. At present, we are around $4 trillion. And by 2030 or 27, we want to become $5 trillion economy and the third bigger state in the world. But how we will be reaching to that $30 trillion, basically? Because we have done the economic reforms in the country, and these first generation economic reforms and then second generation reforms. And the kind of economy we have chosen now, earlier it was a state-centric model of economic development, now it is a market-centric model of economic development. Correct. But market-centric model is creating inequalities. And if the inequalities will persist, if poverty will persist, if these kind of distortions will be there, consumption distortions will be there in the economy, then we will not be able to reach that GDP level which we want, and that equity level we want in 2047. So what we need to do is, suppose even this market-centric economy fails, and globalization also fails, then what to do then? So what is actually important is the regulation also, that regulatory agencies should be so strict, because the gap between rich and poor is rising. Why it is rising? Because इन पूंजीपतियों के रिजर्वायर्स के पैंदे इतने मोटे हैं, वो नीचे कुछ रिसने ही नहीं देते. क्या बात है? The market-centric economy says, Jagdish Bhagwati from Columbia University, he says in his book In Defense of Globalization, he says that that growth is necessary, growth must occur, and it will automatically take care of equality. Why? Because it will trickle down. But nothing is trickling down in fact. मैंने जो बताया आपको, इनके reservoirs के पैंदे इतने मोटे हैं, वो रिसने ही नहीं देते. They don't allow anything to trickle down in fact. And that is why Amartya Sen says, that I welcome the market-centric economy, but there should be separate efforts by the state. There are certain areas like poverty, there are certain areas like the sanitation and health and education. Yeah. These are the areas which should not be left to the market. These are the areas which should go to government, which should go to state. And there should be state-centric model. With the Kerala is example of this. And that is why, especially in education, especially in poverty eradication, especially in sanitation and health, the state-centric efforts are also needed. This trickle-down strategy will not work. Even in globalization, whether it will work or not, or it is becoming failure, the Joseph Stiglitz's book, the discontents of globalization, talks about globalization discontents. And there are, the promise was that globalization will bring overall trade up. Correct. This has happened also. Overall trade has gone up. But what has actually happened is that some countries are the gainers of globalization and some countries are losers of globalization. Correct. And this model will only work when the gainer countries share their gain with the loser countries. Otherwise, globalization will fail. So I think my contention is that if we want that India should become a Viksit Bharat in 2047, our policies should be such that we work towards equity, we work towards poverty eradication, Because if the market is distorting, market-centric model is not working. If market-centric model creates inequalities, then this will create a problem. And if the market is not at its place, it is the responsibility of the state to tell the market what is your place. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent, sir. ये पूंजीपतियों के वो स्टेटमेंट हमारे ऑडियंस को काफ़ी छू गया। 100 साल पहले बड़े रेवोल्यूशनरीज कह गए कि अमीर और अमीर होता चला जाएगा और गरीब। सो हाउ डू यू सी, मैं पहले अजीत सर से पूछूंगा। निज़ामुद्दीन औलिया के दरगाह में ऐसा कहा जाता है कि पहले शिष्य अमीर खुसरो की दरगाह पर जाया जाता है, फिर गुरु के पास आया जाता है। तो अजीत सर, आप बताएं मुझे, हाउ डू यू सी द इवोल्यूशन ऑफ टेक एंड its role in economic elevation? Why is it that the gap of the rich and the poor keeps increasing? And how do you see we can, a developed nation can fulfill this aspiration gap?
Okay. Thank you, Siddharth ji. First of all, my seniors, gurus, and very senior, but you have given me opportunity, so I'll just talk very straight. बातें बरगद की करते हैं गमलों में उगे हुए लोग।
वाह। एंड हमारे मुशायरे में आपका स्वागत है।
बरगद तो हमारे पास बैठे हुए हैं 2, 3, 4, और बीच में जो पत्तियां हैं ये काफ़ी कुछ सिखा रही हैं। पत्तियां बहुत ज़रूरी होती हैं ग्रीनरी में। बड़ा क्वेश्चन ये है कि हाउ यू कैन bridge the rich and poor. I do not find it a gap. It is not a division created by us. You are poor by your mindset and you are richer by your mindset. If you are richer, then you have a knowledge. Everybody is talking about each one has to be techno-savvy, those who are sitting here. Everybody should be a user, whole India should be a user. But what about that creator? Whether this technology is enabling the Indian students, Indian mindset, those who can create any new things. We are still dependent upon USA and other economy. Our internet even not secured. Sir rightly said, state needs to rule now. Because what market, where it will go according to the policy, monitored by any state policy. So we are poorer because we are trapped into this techno-savvy world. We know how to use it, but nobody knows where it should not be used. What are the restrictions? What are the guidelines? So not only the teachers, policymakers, because companies are doing their business. They will always convince you that is right. If suppose I have created my app, I'll convince you that is right. Students are using ChatGPT and all, but if it comes to the research part, it is very dangerous. If each of the students have the proper access to all type of the apps and technical facilities, the similar facilities available to the teachers, if we all are aware we are at the same platform, and if you have to go up, then you will have to think differently. Then you will have to apply these technology to making each one of us stronger. No economy can prosper and can be, it's not the GDP. You look at the China, where they are, and now what they are troubling. India need to go by their own indigenous manner. By copying and imitating, you cannot be Amitabh Bachchan or Aishwarya Rai for longer time period. You need to have your own style. You need to have your own ways of leading the life. You must have your own syllabus designed, not copied by Stanford or Harvard or somewhere else.
Correct.
And that's why rich and poor is the definition or the explanation given by the Western part. In India, nobody was richer, nobody was poor. I think my guru will also agree, Singh sir, on this.
They all admire.
Because that's why the technology, if you want to sell it out, it has to be obsolete after some time. Because in product life cycle, something has to obsolete. Human has to be obsolete or die one day. Suppose I am leaving this chair, somebody has to occupy. When I have given the new responsibility, I will have to prove that this chair is also important and somebody is aspiring to achieve and acquire those chair again next time. That's why in India, we will have to go away from the traditional mindset, our borrowed mindset from the Western. Indian students, not only today they are brilliant, they had been brilliant for a long time. And they will be brilliant. But brilliance without showcasing the talent is nothing. And that's why it's a responsibility of all the responsible person, whether they are the technocrats, bureaucrats, or political leaders, that now it's a time to come out of this shell and they adopt the responsibility in a right manner. We are only focusing on the few institutions. Why only ISRO is there? Why not ISRO like 20 organizations in this big country? Because our requirements are very different. Why we are still depending on the traditional energy system? Why we are not using the non-conventional sources? I think for the last 5-7 years, I am hearing this, listening this type of the speech about the solar panel. How many solar panel here implanted across the country?
Correct.
Why we are not using? Now, similar thing, we have accessed this technology, controlling this AC system over here. Are we concerned? Then we have to move out of here in 45, 43 degree, whether it will cool down accordingly, 5 minutes before departure or exiting from this hall, auditorium. Are we concerned? No. Again, we have to take care. So using the materials available, technology available is always a boon, but it's curse. If you are not aware about, as far as personal, I should know my limitation. Technology has its own limitation. And if we are not creating, अगर निर्माण नहीं होगा, तो उपभोग के एक समय के बाद हम सब विनाश के तरफ जाएंगे और विनाश तो सभी का होना है, लेकिन विनाश होने के पहले या उस प्रोडक्ट को एक्सपायर होने के पहले अपनी यादें ऐसी छोड़नी चाहिए कि आने वाली जनरेशन उससे सीखे कि अब नया प्रोडक्ट कैसा होगा.
बिल्कुल.
स्टिल वी आर डिपेंडेंट. आप देखिए हमारा अपना सिस्टम क्यों नहीं है. चाइना का अपना सिस्टम है, फ्रांस का अपना सिस्टम है, जर्मनी का अपना सिस्टम है, यूएसए का अपना सिस्टम है. हमारी कोई चीज़ हम कितनी बोलें सिक्योर्ड है पर सिक्योर्ड नहीं है. स्टिल आई विल से इंडियन बैंकिंग सिस्टम इज द मोस्ट सेफ अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड. स्टिल वी विल हैव टू लुक फॉर इट बिकॉज जो दूसरे लोग हैं, जो क्राइम है, टेक्नो क्राइम, इट इज इंक्रीजिंग विथ लीप्स एंड बाउंड्स.
Correct.
Because the talented brain, those who are not getting the right place, they are engaged in destructive mindset. So we have to be very careful. I think no richer, no poor. It's a mindset. And now we should come out of this. If you are happy with your life, if you have the proper optimized resources necessary and required to lead the life responsibly, happily, then you are richer. If you have everything and still you are sad, still you are unhappy, then you are the poorest person on this earth. With these notes, thank you very much.
Excellent, sir. Wow. पीके सिंह साहब, मुशारा मणिपाल में आपका स्वागत है. सर, अब जो अगले चरण के सवाल है उसमें आप ही से शुरू करते हैं कि ऐसा कोई व्यक्ति जिसने आपको इंस्पायर किया हो, a person from your domain or from the IIM community or from the community of HR and management, an industry leader, an author or Gorakh or anyone you look up to who has inspired you.
For me, to be in the romance with existence, one of the most romantic personalities who inspired me, I am painting their picture. पहले हिंदी में बोल देता हूँ, फिर अंग्रेजी ट्रांसलेशन भी कर दूंगा. लेकिन अंग्रेजी ट्रांसलेशन क्या वहाँ तक ले जाएगा फिर भी. क्षितिज के पार टैगोर की तरेरती हुई आंखें मुझे इंस्पायर करती हैं. लगता है टैगोर अर्धखुली आंखों से क्षितिज के पार देख रहे हैं. गौतम बुद्ध अपनी मुंदी हुई आंखों से बैठे रहते हैं और अंदर की यात्रा में लगे रहते हैं. वो मुझे सबसे रोमांटिक पिक्चर लगता है. विवेकानंद साधु वेश में, गेरुआ वस्त्र में, ध्यान में मग्न हैं. वो मुझे बड़े रोमांटिक लगते हैं. ये सब जो हैं, दे आर एक्चुअली they are actually romancing with the existence. हम और आप क्या रोमांस करते हैं? कुछ नहीं. असली वो करते हैं, इसलिए वो हमें इंस्पायर करते हैं. दूसरी बात यह है that I decided to be a teacher during first year of my graduation. And I think I was lucky. I got excellent teachers in my school days and excellent professors in my college days, university days. One person asked me, modern person, 30 years old, what was the rank of your school? अरे भाई, मैं एक रेलवे हाई स्कूल चक्रधरपुर का विद्यार्थी रहा, लेकिन अच्छे टीचर थे वहाँ. Teachers used to healthily compete with one another. If I am taking physics in B section, 9th class, you are taking A section, we'll both healthily compete with each other. तो हमने उनको ये कहा, महोदय उसमें कोई रैंकिंग वैंकिंग थी नहीं, और होती भी तो मेरा स्कूल कहीं रैंक में आता नहीं, बेचारा रेलवे स्कूल कहाँ से रैंक में आएगा. लेकिन मैं आपको ये कह सकता हूँ दावे से कि मेरे स्कूल के शिक्षक वर्ल्ड क्लास थे, और निश्चित रूप से थे. उन्होंने मुझे इंस्पायर किया. और अब जब इंडस्ट्री में आते हैं, तो आपने पूछा, मैं इसको समाप्त कर देता हूं ताकि अगर समय हो तो आप और क्वेश्चन पूछ सकें. डेढ़ 2 साल पहले मैं जरा डर गया. प्रोफेसर होने के नाते 1.5-2 साल पहले मुझे एक डर सा लगा, क्योंकि जिन जिन व्यक्तियों के नाम मैंने एथिकल लीडर के नाम से कोट किए थे, उनमें से आधे कुछ और पाए गए. तो मैं डरा क्यों? मैं डर इसलिए गया कि क्या किसी जीवित व्यक्ति का नाम लेना एथिकल लीडर के रूप में बड़ा खतरनाक हो जाएगा क्या, कि जब तक वो स्वर्ग न सिधार गए हो उनका नाम नहीं लेना है. लेकिन इसके बावजूद इन दिस वर्ल्ड मेजॉरिटी ऑफ पर्सन्स आर ऑनेस्ट, वंडरफुल पीपल, custodian of good mind and good heart. Very few are negative, but negatives, they hit the 3rd page of local newspaper so easily. And those who are creators, they take time to hit. तो मैं आपको बता दूं चलते चलते, 3 प्रकार के लोग होते हैं. We are talking about future of India, developed India, circular economy. 3 बातें बता देता हूं, 3 शब्द बता देता हूं बच्चों के लिए खास करके. 3 प्रकार के काम हैं दुनिया में: सृजनात्मक, रक्षात्मक, विध्वंसात्मक. विध्वंसात्मक मीन्स डिस्ट्रक्टिव. रक्षात्मक मीन्स डिफेंसिव. Like let us say law, police, CBI, IB, ID, these are all ED, they are all रक्षात्मक. ऐसा मत करना नहीं तो आ जाऊंगा. बट एक होता है सृजनात्मक, like researchers, scientists, professors, painters, singers, poets. सृजनात्मक. तो अपनी जिंदगी में सृजनात्मक कार्य को लाएं. और जिस प्रकार के युवा हमारे देश में है ना, उनके बारे में एक बात कह दूं कि तू बहारों का इशारा, बेसहारों का सहारा, सर पे तेरे बोझ है सारा. तेरी जवा हाथों में दुनिया की लाज है, जवानी हो दीवानी हो जिंदाबाद. थैंक यू.
I think I understood some of it. Thank you. Very nice. So I think one of the things we started out with was the responsibility, that we have a responsibility on our shoulders. And from what the Dean Mathur said and what you have said, is that there's responsibility for human development also. We need to keep a closer track or pull the leash on markets maybe, because we have a responsibility. So I want to ask a closing question to Professor P.K. Singh ji, because your talk this morning was very inspirational. You reach into the Vedas and the scriptures for guidance. So when this is happening, when our leadership, we have a lot of things to do, what inspiration do you think from the Upanishads we can garner to help us reach this Viksit Bharat? How should it inform our leaders? How should it inform all of us engineers? Not that we're going to learn about calculus or some equation or some formula, but it needs to steal us. It needs to inspire our discipline, self-discipline, and our values. What do we take away from this vast scriptures where we can actually develop a sustainable economy, which is good for all, for human development in general?
That's fine. I think that India has a great responsibilities towards whole world. Because when rest of the world was searching for the first ray of civilization, the India had the best of the best literature, which is still the best today, and that is the name of Upanishad. That you said Upanishad is that literature which was already produced when rest of the world was searching for the first ray of light. Now, dear students especially, when we say Upanishad, don't get misguided that it will dampen your penetration power and fire in the belly. No, 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 no. Upanishad is not interested in your incremental development. It is only interested in your wholesale development, transcendental development. Not just millimeter by millimeter. How, I will just try to say. And before saying that, I'll just quote two lines from Tulsidas Ramcharitmanas. Ram naam mani deep dharu, jih dehri dwar. Tulsi bhitar bahreu, jo chahasi ujyar.
Jai Shri Ram.
Jai Shri Ram. It means Ram took birth as son of Dashrath, that is one part of Ram. But Ram himself does the japa of Ram, that is another Ram, that is Param Brahma. And Param Brahma took avatar, that is Ram, son of Dashrath. What Tulsidas says, that there is a money, a pearl. If you keep on the tongue, here, it will give light outside, it will give light inside. So when you do japa of Ram, it will give you worldly prosperity and basically the spiritual gain. You see, Ganesh ji, when he sits down, Ganesh ji sits generally like this, no? 4 bhujayein, 4 bhujayein, chatur bhuja. And one thal of laddu is kept near his leg. And one modak or laddu is on his hand. What does it mean? It means the thal with laddu kept at nearby his leg is worldly prosperity. Economics, political science, sociology, psychology, all are concerned with this, let us say, worldly prosperity, which is very much needed. And the laddu on hand is basically spiritual growth. That's why Vivekananda said that the logo of Ramakrishna Mission would be like this, which will show also 4 paths, that is Jnana Yoga and Karma Yoga and Raj Yoga and Bhakti Yoga. But he wrote one line, if you can see the emblem of Ramakrishna Mission, Atmano mokshartha jagat hitaya cha. The education should be, and Upanishads indicate that, and this line is not from Upanishad, but it is derivative of Upanishad. What education should be? Atmano mokshartha. That I should be continuously engaged in detached action till my last breath.
Right.
And Jagat Hitaya means not only I should get enlightened, leaving other persons actually loitering and struggling, but for the welfare of all also I should work. So I'll end by saying that second shloka of Ishavasya Upanishad say, Kurvanneveha karmani, jiji vishet shatang samah, that everyone should aspire to live for 100 years, but these 100 years should be full of action, and each of my actions should be devoted for the welfare of all.
Excellent.
So Upanishad actually tells you, please be victorious in both the direction. 180 degree, 360 degree victory, Upanishads, they propound, and they are giving invitation for that kind of action. Thank you.
Excellent. Wow. Thank you all for those. Sir, just one last word. A person who inspired you in just 1 second.
I'll just give you a real example. I was in NIT Jaipur. It was 84, 87, and my head, he was Professor G.R. Rao, who was head of the Department of English. And the quality of Professor G.R. Rao was that he had not put out even handful of dust outside his home.
Excellent.
That was the beauty.
Wow.
And whatever waste was there, whether it was dust, it used to go to the garden. If it was a paper, it used to go to his house when he used to make the hot water. If there was a waste of toothpaste and etc., these
Right.
go to metal lab and will make some beautiful piece out of that. But no waste from his house never went.
Wow, excellent.
That was the beauty of that
Yeah,
person,
yeah.
Mr. G.R. Rao.
G.R. Rao, sir.
He was head department of English at Malviya Regional Engineering College.
Excellent.
At that time, it was not NIT, it was REC when I was there during 84-87.
Yes, excellent.
So I would say that उजाले अपनी यादों के मेरे साथ रहने दो, न जाने किस गली में जिंदगी की शाम हो जाए.
Wow. Very nice, sir. Excellent. Irshad. Ma'am, Shilpa ma'am, one person who inspired you and why? Quickly.
There are two.
Okay.
Arundhati Bhattacharya.
Yeah.
She was first woman to lead SBI. And,
Oh, yeah.
And then she took over Salesforce. Again, from a disparate technologies where banking to Salesforce. Another one is Indra Nui, again from a very humble background to PepsiCo chairman.
Right.
So I always look forward to them, and someday you will see Shilpa also reaching.
100%, ma'am. We already
PwC.
see that. Yes, excellent.
So, and just one thing I would like to say to the women out there, to the female candidates out there, come out. Diversity needs to be there to make nation a developed nation. So come forward, and we need more Arundhati Bhattacharya, more Indra Nui from you people.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Suji ma'am, one person, two people, or anyone who inspired you and why?
Moments inspire me.
Wow.
I look for moments, and it can happen anytime, anywhere.
Wow.
So it's a lot of gratitude when that happens.
Amazing.
But yeah, there's several of them.
Wow.
So, and many happened today and yesterday as well.
Yes,
So
yes.
thank
We are glad that at least we were able to, like Vijender sir often says, bring inclusivity to the panel with all the wonderful women who joined us. Shivmohan Saab, one person who inspired you and why? Very briefly.
I have two persons. One is Dr. Abdul Kalam, who has shown the ISRO. He has shown ISRO culture to the country with 6 pants and 4 shirts. And you will find ISRO people like that only most of the time.
Yeah.
Other is Professor Satish Dhawan, first chairman ISRO. I like him only, very simple person.
Wow.
And he is also of similar kind. And both persons, I think, I have met 2-3 times, and I am inspired by both the person. Thank you.
Arvind sir, one person who inspired you and why? Can be Mr. Ambani.
No. First, I was really confused. What are we discussing? Honestly, whether mushara ho raha hai, ya we are discussing. I mean, I was completely confused and out of sync right now.
Yeah.
So the person who inspired me is my maths teacher, because that inspiration has a profoundness impact when you are a child. So my maths teacher, he inspired me. And what he inspired me is how to imagine, or power of imagination. And that power of imagination has made me who I am. Thanks.
Ajit sir, a person who inspired you and why? Can be more, sir.
Okay. My mother. And why? Because right from birth, I have seen her commitment. She was always mission-oriented. And she was always happy, never complaining, and smiling ever. No limit. And her honesty. Physically, she is not here, but she resides in my heart. So number one, my hero is my mother.
Yeah.
Number two, likewise, Chinchore sir, my mathematics teacher, professor, Dr. Dwivedi. He once told me, Ajit, nothing is tough in a life. Whatever is tough make it easy first. Then everything is easiest. That's why I love and inspired them.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yes. And finally, my co-moderator, Shanbag sir. A lot of people inspired you, from Harris and Galante to all of them, but I'd like to know a person who inspired you
I've
and
been
why.
blessed. I've been really blessed. I've had amazing mentors throughout my whole life. I mean, amazing, amazing people at Harvard, at Chicago, at Clemson, everywhere. These could have been Nobel laureates, but were not, but they were amazing people. But I have to come back closer to home for my inspiration. A little bit like Ajit said, but it's my grandmother for me. And then I will tell you a little anecdote for you. This is Bhatkal, Karnataka, very rural. And we would spend our summers in Bhatkal. And we didn't have electricity at home. There was one bulb in her house. They had cows. There's no hot water. She had to light the fire at night. So the water pot gets hot for my grandfather at 5:30 in the morning to wake up, and he'll have hot water in his pot. So and then she would get up, take care of the cows, make breakfast, draw water from the well, make breakfast for all of us, feed us, lunch, everything, take care of the gardens. We had big gardens, coconut trees, all the vegetables were grown there. And then all through the night, and about 8 o'clock at night, she would finally have time to sit down, and on a small lamp, she would start writing Shri Ram Jai Ram in Kannada. So that is my memory of her. The whole day working. At the end, she would say, I don't have time for any puja. I only have time to write this name down of Shri Ram Jai Ram. And that inspired me. Because I thought that was the greatest devotion. She did her karma yoga. And for me, wherever I went, I said, what is my duty? What do I have to do all day? Without complaining. And for me, I still have a conversation with her, mentally. So that's my role model.
Amazing, sir. So I think, that wonderfully sums it up. And thank you all. To me?
Tim Cook?
Yeah. No, I think, all of the people who contributed to India's freedom struggle, I think, they are unsung heroes. And people who were working with absolute selflessness, त्याग की भावना के साथ. So I think that is where I draw my inspiration from. So when you serve the country, you must remember that people have died for it at a young age. कि मैं जानता हूँ कि आप चाहते हैं मेरी शादी हो, पर मेरी दुल्हन तो आज़ादी है. So if someone has the vision, the drive to write that to his father in a letter and leave home, I think these are the people whom we must remember and look up to. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. The fireside was only the fire in the backdrop, not a literal way of, yes. And with this, I'd like to bring the panel to a beautiful ending and get ready for the action that you all await. Thank you, Mathur sir, for joining us. Thank you, Ajit sir. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. I am now thrilled to welcome and introduce Siddharth Rajan sir. Siddharth sir is an international diplomat and global multilateral diplomacy and public policy expert. As a member of the prestigious Foreign Service, he has distinguished himself as a civil servant with postings at the United Nations in New York, posting at the G20 Secretariat and economic diplomacy. He is an icon amongst the youth for a career in tech, engineering, and diplomacy. A chance encounter as a TEDx speaker at Manipal University Jaipur with our Dean, Dr. Arun Shanbag, led him to join as an adjunct professor, visiting and guiding us for this conclave and many such events in the coming days. As a part of his diplomatic postings, he has distinguished himself as a liaison officer to President Joe Biden during the NATO summit in Lithuania last year. He was the LO for the American president during the G20 summit also. Dr. S. Jaishankar has exclaimed his work several times during events of national importance. Before a career diplomacy, he has had a background in tech with Apple, where he worked with Tim Cook. He has a video of him inaugurating Apple in India with CEO Tim Cook that garnered 1.7 billion views online. Can we have the video, please? Now it is time to hear the man who brought a bit of North Block's diplomacy to the Hemi-Kalan. From conceptualizing this conclave along with Dr. Arun Shanbag sir to inviting speakers and guiding us on this path, it is time to know the story of the person behind. I now request Siddharth sir to kindly give the keynote summary.
Thank you, Sakshi, and thank you everyone for bearing with us over the last 2 days. I know it's a Saturday, so you're all looking forward to a Saturday evening and maybe Netflix and chill. So before that, I ensure that the current session and the next after this would be the most chilling experiences of your life. I have been invited to deliver a closing keynote, so I'll keep it at that. When we talk of India's growth story and Viksit Bharat, I am often reminded of India's education system, something that is often questioned and often challenged in the current context. A lot of Gen Zs today say that the Indian education system promotes rote learning, and Indian education system causes a lot of stress with Bollywood's apparent being vocal about depression and mental health issues. It has become very obvious that we often have negative views of the Indian education system, but it is India's education system, our knowledge economy, that has given to the globe. Couple years back, I took a summer class at the University of Oxford, and a very British professor, in a very British style, it was a big auditorium with 2,500 people, and I, of course, in every foreign country, Indians, Pakistanis, and Bangladeshis are best friends. So with a bunch of poster boys of third world countries, I was sitting in one corner. And suddenly, the professor breaks into the evolution of the world and goes around the building blocks of matter and says the building blocks of life are things called as amino acids. And then the audience was dead silent, uninterested, yawning, and all of that. So it's like you guys know amino acids. I mean, I'm sure the people who took A levels here know that. You guys know what are amino acids, and it was dead silent. And then came up a hand, which was an Indian hand. I stood up. He asked me, do you guys know, have you read that? And I said, sir, the 20 amino acids are lysine, arginine, histidine, aspartic acid, glutamic acid, serine, thioridine, asparagine, glutamine, tyrosine, cysteine, glycine, avaline, valine, leucine, isoleucine, methionine, proline, phenylalanine, and tryptophan. And that, my friends, is the power of the Indian education system. The audience that day also burst into the same frenzy that you did. And that brings us to why the Indian education system and India's contribution to the globe matters. Why India matters. Why the global south matters. Most of the development you see has happened in what we call as the Northern Hemisphere, the so-called developed nations. And their model of development was based on their nuclear arsenal. So in the UN headquarters where I worked, when you enter the reception, एक board लगा हुआ है वहाँ पे. वो क्या कहता है? If this is the daily military expenditure of the world, imagine if this money was being used for development. The SDGs, we spoke about them. I have a rather critical view. There are a bunch of posters designed by a 5th grader. They have to work. Everything, every policy that we make has to work for the people. It cannot be a work of literature. It cannot be a prose. It cannot be a poetry about human evolution. It has to work for the people. So that is where I feel India is giving back to the world. During COVID, our vaccine diplomacy, my friends, Covaxin and Covishield vaccinated the whole of Global South. The Global South refers to the Southern Hemisphere. India was the one providing that. The drugs, Remdesivir and Tocilizumab, India was the one shipping them out and curing every other country, every poster boy of third world, so-called third world. Imagine the UN Security Council, something that we raised during the G20 summit. India's presence in the UN Security Council. संयुक्त राष्ट्र के सुरक्षा परिषद की स्थायी सदस्यता, मुझे ये याद करने के लिए कहा गया था during the G20 summit. And India needs a deserving place. This UN Security Council with the P5 model, it is redundant. Imagine, विश्व शांति की सुरक्षा हमने उन लोगों को दी है जो कि जिनका धंधा ही जंग और जंग के कारोबार से चलता है. The United States and France, my friends, the biggest weapons manufacturers of the globe, are the two most important voices in the UN Security Council. And that cannot be the way the world must evolve. Look at India, the way India has given to the world. From the times of Gautam Buddha, our contribution has been in the sphere of knowledge economy. From APJ Abdul Kalam to all of these incredible leaders. Bhagat Singh, if we do this lecture in Delhi, I am sure Vijender sir would agree, there will be two fronts, one the JNU front and one the other side of it. The Delhi Lutyens intellectuals would come down and say that, and argue whether his acts were that of aggression or that of revolution or that of patriotism. His acts were of scholarship. इस कदर वाकिफ है मेरी कलम मेरे जज्बातों से, मैं इश्क भी लिखना चाहूं तो इनकलाब लिखा जाता है. If at 22 years of age, if a man can write that, that proves volumes about. There's a library in Chandigarh called the Dwarkadas Library. It was established by Lala Lajpat Rai in Lahore. So after independence, it moved to Shimla. From Shimla, it moved to Chandigarh. Sector 15 अगर जाने का मौका मिले तो आप जाइए. वहाँ पे आज भी वहाँ की जो लाइब्रेरियन है अनीता मैडम, उनसे मिलिए. वो आपको फर्स्ट फ्लोर में लेके जाएगी. एक वहाँ पे तिजोरी है, लोहे की तिजोरी के अंदर कुछ किताबें रखी हैं. वो किताबें हैं जो भगत सिंह ने आखिरी क्षणों में पढ़ी थी. From March 14 to March 20th, he asked his brother Kultar Singh to bring him 45 books. The sword of revolution is sharpened on the whetting stone of ideas. And that is what this conclave is all about. This conclave was the whetting stone of ideas. Ideas that will make a place in future, the future of India. And that is where each one of you belong. There is a reason why there is an Indian at every top post. India's education system, my friends, is the reason why we are where we are. From H.C. Verma to I.E. Rudolph, people who have haunted you, from R.D. Sharma to R.S. Agrawal, to M. Lakshmikant of Indian polity, and every major author out there, these people have created a generation of woke people. Being woke does not mean, well, it can mean hanging out at Lovers Park at GHS, but being woke truly means being ready for future, being ready with India's future dominance on the global power and the global stage. And that is where, my friends, we must all aspire to be. This conference wouldn't have been possible without the mentorship of Dr. Shanbag, so I extend my heartfelt gratitude. You are the Harris to my Galante, so thank you so much for doing that. Yes. Of course, there are some incredible people I need to thank again. Dr. Sandeep Chaurasia, who's sitting there quietly texting us WhatsApp updates. Dr. Neha Chaudhary ma'am, the HOD, and my very dear friends, Dr. Shakshi Shringi and Dr. Shishir Chauhan, who have, and in between I've noticed a story or update, they are young kids. And with all that, they have painstakingly put this conference together. This isn't a student-run conference. It's for the first time a bunch of PhD people have come together and put this conference up. So they have organized everything wonderfully well, despite the fact that me and Dr. Shanbag have been these eccentric Harvard professors trying to send out updates at 11:30 and 12 in the night about our pursuit of perfection. But with everything, they have made sure that they create the best version of this conference ever possible. So thank you so much for bearing with us. Thank you for making this happen. And with that, it is time for what you were all here for what the Hemikalan has come here for. The man, the myth, the legend. In a few minutes, you shall hear from him, Dr. Vijendra Singh Chauhan. I welcome you again. Thank you for extending and coming all the way to Jaipur. It means a lot. And with that, I'll invite my colleague Sakshi to bring us on stage for debunking the UPSC equation, the poster boy of mentorship and interviewing UPSC candidates for as long as I can remember, Dr. Vijendra Singh Chauhan. I'd also request Dr. Shanbag to join us on stage. The confluence of Harvard and UPSC on the same platform. I'll come there. Yes, absolutely. So, my friends, the time has come to put the man in the spotlight.
Right.
Sir, your opening statement, sir. You have been guiding, inspiring, mentoring, cross-questioning, pushing people to accomplish this dream. And you are also very humble to say that for a lifetime salary of 2,000 crores, we spend 6 lakh crores in the making of it. I think that speaks volumes about your character. Being in the business of UPSC, you have the ability to say that this is right and this is wrong and this is the entire picture. The poverty of aspirations. संजीव सान्याल साहब जो अपने अनंत नागेश्वरन साहब को रिपोर्ट करते हैं in the economic committee of the Prime Minister, when the UPSC result came out, and there was a famous statement that a guy wrote it for 12 years, 12 attempts, made it to the mains 5 times, the mains 7 times, the interview 5 times, and didn't make it past that. So Mr. Sanyal said that it's the poverty of aspirations, a buzzword that trended along with everything else that trends about you. Sir, your opening statements about the enigma of UPSC.
Thank you for having me, and I'm really grateful, Professor Shanbag and Siddharth, for giving me this opportunity to interact with the students. And coming to this poverty of aspiration, right? In fact, I don't strongly disagree with Sanjeev Sanyal, actually, to be honest. Sanjeev Sanyal is making a point, but we need to understand that this poverty of aspiration, like economic poverty, is a product of several factors. Here, the students or the aspirants are merely victims of it. You cannot actually point fingers at the victims themselves and say that, oh, you are poor. Yeah. Like you cannot say this to poor, that you are poor. I mean, I disagree with the sir when he says that it is only a state of mind being poor, because this famous statement was given by Rahul Gandhi some time ago, that poverty is only a only a state of mind. Poverty exists. It exists, and it exists because of many systemic factors. Many systemic factors, and the person concerned is not the only reason for poverty to exist, including poverty of aspirations. So poverty of aspiration exists, unfortunately. We should, as I said in my session, that we should have diversity of dream. We should have multiplicity of aspirations. Actually, I believe that if we are a country of 140 crore, we should have at least 140 crore dreams. If possible, we should have 200 crore dreams. But then we are channelizing almost all resources to a handful of dreams, and which effectively means that ability to dream differently, which actually means the richness of aspiration, is not being brought to the mind of young generation, which was responsibility of the entire system, not the individuals themselves. So I agree with Sanjeev Sanyal, but with this caveat that you cannot blame youth for not having richness of aspiration. It has to be a systemic thing to say.
Dr. Shanbag, your turn to quiz the man himself. You have been a Harvard professor all your life, the product of the most interdisciplinary fields. Yeah.
Yes. I think I really like your point that it is not their fault, right? So whose fault is it? But I'm not asking, it's not a question as such. I think it's a deliberation we need to have. I think it starts from our school education. We are already brainwashing our kids to say you're going to be a doctor or an engineer or somewhere and end up as a government official. Maybe our role models are people who are in IAS, IPS, IFS. We say, oh, we want to be like that, because once you get in, life is set. You don't have to work that hard, maybe. So that is one part I wanted to talk about. The other part is, I think government has a role. We don't have enough jobs. Maybe this is the only way where people can get security, a good job. If you look in the US, there is no long line. 8 lakh people are not signing up to become a government official, 100%. Right? So because there are other jobs available. So the question is, aspirations are important, but somebody needs to plant that dream in them. And the second part is, if our brightest people in India are going into UPSC, what is happening to the rest of the economy? Absolutely. So maybe you can actually shed light on some of these points, because I feel,
sorry, can I? Thank you. So I totally agree with what you're saying. In fact, that was the point, that but it is not just about the economic mobility in our country. You need to understand that DM, which is the dream, is not just a salary-earning individual in Indian psyche. He is basically the government as far as district is concerned. So the point that drives these people to this particular dream, or that this kind of dream, are the social reasons. I say two factors which are unlike US here. One is the feudal character of Indian society, still persisting at many places, at least in the Hindi belt, definitely. Jaipur, I mean the Rajasthan, the Bihar, the Uttar Pradesh, parts of Madhya Pradesh as well. The one is the feudalism that is still there, and other is the traces of colonialism, which, and their mix is a deadly mix. It's a cocktail that's been working, it's intoxicating still after 75 years. So these are the reasons why, not just the salary. Salary gambit I gave in my session, it's almost, I mean, many people earn more money than IAS officers do, at least in terms of salary. So it's not the salary which drive many people to it is this, as in Bihar and other areas, it is called bhaukal. So basically, a IAS बनने का भौकाल है. The bhaukal is the thing that, okay, if the person gets into IAS, then it's not his life sorted, it is the life of the family sorted, life of the biradari sorted, life of the village sorted. I mean, मेरा चाचा का लड़का IAS है, done. I mean, that's the final statement. And it works in society, unfortunately. So that's why many people are running after this. So we need to make other spheres attractive, point taken. But we need to reduce the kind of emphasis that's being done on these services also. It has to work both ways. And usually it is not the individual. I mean, this is the difference between the US and India. It's not usually the individual aspiration that drives person to this. Most of the time, they may have other individual aspiration which they feel, ek baar IAS ban jaun, fir main music bhi dekhunga. I mean, whatever they have. But first, they want to do it. I mean, isko kar lete hain pehle, baki cheezein baad mein dekhenge. So we need to water down the bhokal of this service. This is the most important thing as a society. We need to do it. We need to make sure that IAS, and I mean, these people are, these officers are not larger than life. They are not viewed in larger than life. And the cost, as you mentioned, is huge for other sectors. Academia used to get the best brains even till 70s. Even till 17s, 80s, we used to get the best brain. Best students used to aspire to get into university and become professors. Not, unfortunately, not school teachers, but to become professor was definitely a norm. Then this thing has happened that now academia is getting only the person who got rejected in civil services. Otherwise, the first normal choice, usual choice is becoming civil services, and not a happy state at all.
Amazing, that's a very brilliant view of how the feudal system that has, and the imperial civil service, how it trickled down into each of these, the modern state of society. So the next question, of course, for my friends in the audience is, you broke into meme culture, and that is what each one of them is interested about.
I was told to sit in the middle so that you can see कि मैं बैठने का तरीका ठीक है कि नहीं. That's the meme culture thing. There's no table here to stop. See, आप बाद में कह सकते हैं कि आपने वीडियो में कहा था you don't have to sit cross-legged, and you're sitting cross-legged despite not wearing skirt.
Yes, of course, sir. So one was that you taught us how to propose to a bottle of water, a glass of water. You told us that let us presume that ABC is a triangle. Why do we presume that? So all of these anecdotes that you have created, how does it feel to break into Gen Z pop culture and become an internet reference every time it happens? What is it that goes into your mind? And how do you perceive this as a human being, as a serious academic? How do you perceive this change in content consumption?
Right. Siddharth, thank you for asking it. I mean, let me make it very clear, it was not deliberate. It wasn't deliberate. It cannot be deliberate. I teach social media, and still I can tell you that before a content goes viral, no teacher can tell that it will go viral. I mean, it is only the post-mortem of once something has gone viral, you can do the analysis, okay, it went viral because of this particular thing. So that there was no design to make baitne ka tarika or this propose to the glass of water and things like that as something deliberate. No, it wasn't. How do I feel about it? Oh, okay, that's a problem because the fact, I'll be lying if I say I don't like it. Right? I'll be lying. In any case, if you are recognized, you're a teacher. I mean, teachers are identity starved for many, many centuries now. In India, it is only the recent phenomena where the teachers are there on the front page of the cover magazines. They're walking the red carpet in the Bollywood and things. These things are happening. Movies are being made and all. But overall, otherwise, हमारे यहाँ teacher को दरिद्र बेचारा teacher की तरह देखा जाता है. So, as a teacher, if you are getting recognized at the airport, you are people are approaching you for the selfie and things, I won't say it look bad. I won't say कि मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगता. I enjoy it. Part of me enjoy it. But at the same time, we need to understand that why is it happening? Why is it happening? Is it because Vijendra Chauhan is very beautiful, handsome? No, he is not. I mean, I'm under no illusion whatsoever. So why is it happening? It's happening because certain kind of dreams are being overhyped and you are associated with certain things, right? Then comes the memes culture in itself. It is also an organic industry in itself. right? And so any content that has adaptability, that can be used at multiple places. I mean, Modi ji dekh rahe hain aur koi keh raha hai dekhne ka tarika casual hai. I have seen this meme. Thankfully Modi ji ne nahi dekha, pata nahi mera kya hota. And because it has this adaptability, Rami ke Joker ki tarah, it can be used at multiple places. So if it can be used at multiple places, then there's a possibility that it can go viral. And that has happened with one or two memes. But overall, I must say that so far it's going well, but I do know, जैसा सर ने पहले बताया कि हर किस्म का पद प्रतिष्ठा और यश दरअसल है माया ही, पहली बात. And it will not last very long. I understand that. I am a teacher. And I assure you, through you, everybody, that I will die as a teacher. That's what my primary identity is.
So coming to the cat in the box, the main question of the UPSC. Some tips. These are all engineering students, management students who have assembled here today, all aspirants of one or the other kind. CAT, GMAT, UPSC, GRE is what they are all aspiring for at some stage. Your extensive experience in this industry, some tips, some handy ways that this can be accomplished for those who wish to do it.
See, look at Siddharth's way of speaking. I'm a communication teacher. I mean, look at him. I'm the person who could not clear the examination. He's the one who cleared. He's a sitting Indian Foreign Service officer. He should be answering it. Why should I be answering it? That how to crack this examination, right? So, but anyways, I mean, see, I must say a few things. I mean, most of you are engineering students. And engineering students, as somebody said in the previous session, that BA has become BTech has become a new BA actually. It has become a basic graduation now, right? It has become a standard graduation now. It has become like a 12th class thing, as you said. So it's all of you need to understand it. I mean, I'm not at all saying that Manipal University is not making good engineers. Probably they are. I'm not saying that your teaching learning is not good. I'm not saying that. But the fact is that education, engineering education all over the country right now has become a basic graduation. So सबसे पहले तो हवा में नहीं उड़ना है that you have got a BTech. Every second person has got a BTech, right? So that is one thing you need to understand. Though I believe most of you already know it, right? But how to crack a particular examination? Basic thing is point one. Please assess your aspiration that you actually want to do it. Don't do it because ABC is doing it. Don't do it because you don't have anything else to do it. Do it if you believe that you have this fire in the belly that you actually want to do it. That is first assessment. And second, before jumping into the thing, please understand the system. I'm saying it n number of times. I've already said it. I'm saying it again. That cracking UPSC examination, or for that matter, most other examination which has industries associated with it, be it NEET, be it CAT, be it JEE or something. Now there is an ecosystem approach that has come. When we were appearing, it used to be Jubilee Hall में कमरा बंद कीजिए. Jubilee Hall is an important hostel in University of Delhi. कमरा बंद कीजिए, 16-16 घंटे, 12-12 घंटे, 14-14 घंटे पढ़िए, NCERT के कॉमा फुल स्टॉप सब रट जाइए, and you'll be able to crack prelims, you'll be able to crack mains examination. That is no more the case. It is an ecosystem approach now that's working, that you need to be in that ecosystem, you need to, and everything gonna matter. It has become such important examination, these examinations have become so important. Now that everything gonna matter, which effectively means not just your academics, but in what kind of team you're learning. Whether there is a diversity in your team or not. You're coming from, say for example, you are from Sikar district, you have come to Manipal University, and here also you're looking for people from Sikar district. अरे सीकर वाले तो सब सीकर में थे ना? Why do you need only the people from Sikar, from your region, from your district, from your, say, gender, from your caste, from your community? You should have people from diverse background in your team which is working to crack these, whatever success you want to achieve. You need to have diversity in learning, that is important, and you need to understand that diversity gives you the opportunity to learn. And if you keep on missing opportunities to learn, and then you review that I couldn't clear, this is not done. If there are no girls in your group, if there are if possible, different nationalities, different sexual orientation, I mean, have diversity in your group. This is what I want to suggest. If you are able to do that, your learning will be more inclusive, and you'll see that examination patterns have changed accordingly. Look at the preliminary examination of last year. It's damn difficult to clear if you have this mind that this is polity, this is history, this is economics. Because single question has best of the history and best of the economics in the same question. So if you have this compartmentalization in your mind about the knowledge thing, you probably will not be able to clear the examination. I'm talking about UPSC, but it is applicable to other examination also. So my request is understand the system and its ecosystem well. And then analyze what are your strengths and weaknesses and work on this. Please recognize what are your privileges and deprivations. It's gonna matter. If you're not able to overcome your privileges, it will, see, we all have privileges. We cannot deny that. This question was asked, proposed to this glass of water to Akshat Jain, AIR 2, father IPS officer, Rajasthan based, mother revenue service officer. He studied from IIT Guwahati, B Design. Can you see the privileges written all over it? Can you deny that there are privileges? तब भी civil servant आ रहा है. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. All the privileges written over there, right?
लाल गति any case घर में खड़ी रहती है.
Yeah, so please understand these privileges. If you have certain privileges and you don't recognize that you have privileges and hence you have responsibility to pay back these privileges when you become something. And similarly, you have deprivations, your gender, your caste, your class, your other things. You have to assess everything of it and then take a plunge. And once you have taken a plunge, I'll say, please do not keep having that self-doubt thing. Have self-doubts before you take a plunge. Then give it good 16 months, 18 months, give 1 or 2 attempts, and done. If you're not able to crack it, heaven's gonna fall. Kuch nahi hoga. You'll have your life. But once you're into this trap for 10 years, then I'm sorry, you're doomed. Even if you get selected in the 10th attempt, आप हमेशा रोते रहेंगे, first attempt में होता तो मैं cabinet secretary बन जाता. क्या फायदा है? So my advice will be, understand the system well, your strengths and weaknesses, and on the basis of that, make your own strategy. Don't follow what Vijendra Chauhan is saying, don't follow what other toppers are saying.
So that was an amazing response. I can see the passion in your voice when you say that. And I was just thinking as I was listening to you, if you can, what you said is true, if you can do the same thing for a GRE or a GMAT, you will get into Harvard or MIT. Exactly what you said. Put in the hours, the ecosystem approach, you will get into Harvard or anywhere else. And let me remove another myth, not related to UPSC, is many people worry that if I get into Harvard, how will I afford the $75,000 a year fees? One thing you may not know, which we only found out about 7, 8 years ago, is anybody who gets into Harvard, if their family income is less than $160,000 a year, that's a lot of money, $160,000 a year, Harvard will give you a full scholarship. So you don't have to worry. So the amount of effort you are talking about, the passion, the energy you're putting in, if you put that into Harvard or MIT or Stanford or Yale or wherever, you will get into it. Actually, the odds of getting into Harvard are only about 4%. UPSC is probably 0.1%. So better chance of you getting into Harvard, and you will get a free tuition. So I think that's one thing. I mean, I just wanted to mention. And I want to add some of the point he said as a teacher. Yesterday, I'm very naive. People say that again and again. My daughter says, Papa, you are a very naive person. So I had known Professor Vijendra Chavan is a very celebrity, but I don't know what a celebrity means. I've never hung out with a celebrity. So after dinner last night from the guest house, we asked him to go for a walk into the hostels. We crossed over the fence, and as we were walking by, a lot of people were smiling at us, and I thought they were smiling at me. They recognized the dean. I was like really elated. And then actually some of them came up and pointed to me and said, can we take a picture? And I was like, oh my God. And it was one picture for 100 pictures. So by the time I saw the gate of the ending from the hostels to the guest house, I was relieved that we will not have any more pictures to take. Amazingly, he was so patient with every one of you, whoever stopped by. I was getting irritated because they were bugging him, I thought, but he was like, always, always, yes, yes, let's do it quickly, yes, yes. So again, I want to commend you on that. So amazing. I finally realized what it means to be a teacher and be starving for attention. So that was good.
But then I must say that, one, obviously, everybody must have told you that you have got beautiful campus. Yes. You have got a beautiful campus. And the kind of energy that we witnessed in the hostel section, as you said, the Lovers Park and the GHS area. Let us not talk about the Lovers Park part, but in the hostel area, it was amazing, amazing. And I must compliment you for creating spaces in the university, because as somebody who has graduated from Central Institute of Education, I've learned how learning works. I've been telling it to our principal and our university people that it's not only the classroom where you learn. It is these spaces where you learn. And this university, I must say, in my one-day experience, there may be bad things also, which I don't know. But in this university, the learning spaces and the spaces where you can actually hang out are beautiful. And please make good use of it. Apart from the Lovers Park, other things, make good use of it. It's gonna be, you're gonna miss it. Other day I was in IIT Guwahati. I just mentioned about IIT Guwahati has got 650 acres, beautiful campus. It's an old IIT, and they have got many lakes in the campus. They have got many species of birds in the campus, and it is on the bank of the Brahmaputra River. And I said that once you leave this, I was telling to these students that once you leave the campus, you may accomplish I don't know what. I have all the good wishes for you. But the thing you're going to miss is Brahmaputra and these lakes. Same applies to you. You guys going to make good thing about your life. I'm sure you'll accomplish many things. But this time, right now, is the time you should make maximum out of it. Please enjoy, please study, please work hard, and make every good use of the opportunity.
Thank you for that. But I want to add one more question to some of the deficit of aspirations, what you talked about, is when we ask our students, and I've seen some of your videos, I apologize for not seeing a whole lot. And then
Primarily they are in Hindi.
I did read the subheadings, by the way. You do talk about this in your videos, and I really appreciate you actually talking about it. But one thing I feel for our students also, if you want to say, don't do this, but you need to tell them 5 other things what to do. Right. Because they are high energy people. They have aspirations, they have dreams. And who is doing that, and how can you help?
See, I'll say what Professor Kumar earlier said it. There are ways of being creative to get into the creative domain. I'm not saying that become a painter if you're not willing to become a painter. But there's several important things that you need to do. If I have to choose just one thing, I'll say, please question. Please question. It is important. You must raise questions. That is your responsibility to begin with. Why are you deprived of your original dream? Is a question you should be asking to the appropriate place, appropriate authority. That is one thing. In terms of career, good. I mean, as I said, I am biased towards education. I am biased towards teaching learning. I will say that teaching learning is a wonderful thing. Please understand that I mentioned that teachers are walking the red carpet. It's not just the teachers. This industry of making people work for their aspiration has become so big. Now that there is more money in making IAS than becoming IAS. There is more money in making CAs rather than becoming CA. There is more money in teaching people to trade on stock exchange rather than trading on stock exchange. In fact, there is more money in coaching ABC than actually doing things ABC. Both in terms of money, recognition, fame, whatever you strive for, there's more money in making other people do what you already know. It can be right from yoga to whatever, to Gita and whatnot. Even spirituality sells like anything nowadays. So there's huge money in coaching ABC thing. So you should explore that. You should explore that. I'm told that I have become an influencer now. I've got some 1.4 million or whatever. So there is a huge money in that also. There is a huge money. I'm not earning because I'm still a teacher, but kind of offers I get are mind-blowing. So there's a huge money you can actually consider there also. See, please understand, either you can buy a lottery ticket or you can run a lottery. If you're buying a lottery ticket, chances are 1 or 2 may win, mostly will lose. But if you are running a lottery ticket, let ABC win, you are the one who will be winning. So that's how the economy is working nowadays. So please don't buy tickets in Ponzi schemes. Run Ponzi schemes if you want to. Idea is that you should make maximum out of the new economy that's coming. This economy is the creators economy. This economy is the AI economy. If you're a CSE student, computer science student, you have this choice of becoming a coder. But the fact is that coding not gonna last. Maybe in 5 years, coders will be absolutely jobless because you give a prompt and you are getting a code.
Yes.
So if you understand that, then do something in the field of prompt and generative AI and other things rather than doing coding. You need to foresee what's coming. That's important. And if you fail to do it, then you'll end up becoming, maybe earlier in the Industrial Revolution, there used to be mining coolies. Nowadays, it's coding coolies. Tomorrow, it can be AI coolies as well. But you have to foresee what is coming. Otherwise, you're doomed. Thank you.
Wow. Amazing, sir. You mentioned the creator economy. A lot of these kids have new buzzwords these days. It's called side hustle, which is what they all aspire to do on Instagram. Which is why every girl on Instagram is an aspiring model. Every boy on Instagram is an aspiring life coach.
So all of you know my handle, right?
Yeah.
Do tag me.
Absolutely, sir. So the question here is, what you both wonderfully explained, Airbnb does not own a single of its properties, but it's the largest hotel or room aggregator. Zomato does not own the restaurants, but it's the largest food delivery platform. Facebook and Instagram doesn't create its own content, but they are the biggest content companies. In Web 3.0, people are becoming like brands, and brands are becoming like people. Brands are becoming more human, and humans have the opportunity of becoming brands. You have cracked that equation. In the midst of debunking the UPSC equation, you kind of forayed into becoming a brand. What do you think is the future for Dr. Vijender Singh Chauhan and the UPSC landscape in India?
Well, UPSC landscape, obviously, I shared my vision, but I see I told in the last session also that UPSC, its primary function is not to get 800, 1,000 bureaucrats. That's a side hustle, actually. Actually, its primary function is to keep your faith in the system alive. That's the primary function of UPSC, in the same way as Election Commission has this responsibility to keep your faith in the democracy and the electoral politics. These constitutional bodies like UPSC, Election Commission, and things like that have this primary function. So I believe that the UPSC will keep playing its role. But as far as the future of Vijayendra Chauhan is concerned, don't expect me to break into stardom tomorrow, day after tomorrow. No, I will die as a teacher. That's what I'm very firm resolved about. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But yes, so far I'm enjoying this creator economy thing. Chances are that you will see me in similar things for next year or so before it all fades. It will. It will. I have no doubt about it.
Yes, absolutely, sir. Collab is the key, as Gen Z says these days. So, Masi GV, sir's Instagram handle. So, we look forward to interacting with you there. Professor Shanbag, over to you.
I just have one last question. One of the things I learned from Professor Vijayendra Chauhan, that he is an Hindi professor. And me naively kept asking him about Hindi because I don't know a whole lot about it. So this morning he even enlightened me on the origins of Hindi. So maybe if you can, I don't know how many of you know the origins of the Hindi language, but I'm wondering, I know this is moving us away from UPSC itself, but it's coming back to your core as a professor of Hindi. So if you want to take a few minutes and enlighten some of the people on Hindi, because I was fascinated, I'm always fascinated by language.
Well, thank you, Professor Shanbag, for asking it. It's going to be a problemsome question you'll realize later. But for a variety of reasons, there'll be people who'll disagree strongly of what I'm going to say. But one, it is not unrelated to UPSC. That needs to be made very clear. It is in 90s when Hindi medium in the UPSC actually came into real existence. And it is only thereafter that the UPSC became a popular culture, a mass thing. Because people who could not speak English, could not understand, who were studying from Hindi medium is Indian education, Indian languages medium, but primarily Hindi medium, they thought that they too can aspire to become a bureaucrat. And initially, the results were good. 96, 97, till even 2002-03, there were people from Hindi-speaking belt who studied from government schools, not really the best education. They were able to crack a few examinations. For example, if I remember correctly, the Kusum was IIR 3. That is the highest Hindi-speaking, Hindi medium student has reached. So there is and Hindi in India is not just about another language. Hindi and English, there is a diglossia, as we say in linguistics, which means there are more than one language is being spoken, and both those languages do have a different reputation. अलग-अलग भाषाओं के अलग-अलग रुतबे हैं. English speaking are higher, and the Hindi speaking are lower. So it was like lower getting into the higher thing, aspiring to become a UPSC. So it is not unrelated to the UPSC thing. But what you said, and I started as an interviewer for Hindi medium students only. It is very late when I started taking interviews in English also. It is only for the last 5, 6, 7 years. So, so Hindi is related. As far as our discussion went, मैं जिस बारे में बात कर रहा था, it was about the origin of language. Doesn't mean that I'm discounting that there used to exist a language called Apabhransh, पहले Pali, Prakrit, Apabhransh, and later Brij Bhasha and Avdi. But these are different, in my opinion, different languages, because dialects and languages, it's a political category. It's not a linguistic category. In linguistics, every language which is spoken is language. So Avdi and Brij Bhasha, like for example Maithili, is a language. Hindi, as we know today, the prose, जिसमें हम लोग आपस में बात करते हैं राजस्थान की भाषा, it came into existence only in 1850s. So it is only around 150, 175 years of existence, that language we know today. And in 175 years, I believe it has done well. But a lot to achieve still. That's what my understanding is. Isliye problem comes when you start making it a national project, nationalism project, because Hindi was associated with a certain community at one time, in contrast to Urdu with another community, and that created rift in the society, which later resulted in creation of Pakistan. So that's why we are very touchy about the language issue when it comes to India. So it's more of a political discourse. But thankfully, in last 75, 80 years, we are doing well in Hindi, and I believe that we will continue to do well. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So you often mention that rags to riches is India's favorite version of every story, the classic underdog, as the Bollywood and Hollywood calls it, which is what Slumdog Millionaire also did to pretty much the Indian dream. The Indian dream is something we all believe in. Pehle logo ka vishwas tha, US jaake basenge, we'll buy that nice house with the driveway, get a green card or a passport.
He's talking about you, right?
No, I'm talking about someone just randomly there, of course. Then, of course, Canada, and UK, and all of Australia, all of that happened. This is the era of the Indian dream. How do you see that shaping up? And finally, who inspired you and why? This fire in you to drive change in India's bureaucratic system. Your final remarks, sir.
Well, as far as this Indian dream part is concerned, I'm sorry, I'll not be able to entertain you with very fancy dreams of 5 trillion, 6 trillion, 8 trillion thing. Maybe we can have a dream where, I'll say just two things. One, of good GDP per capita. That is, basic things should be there. That is important. But at the same time, my dream primarily about better India is more about India where nobody is made to believe that it is not his or her nation. Nobody is made to believe that he or she does not belong to this place. That is, to me, I mean, the diversity of Indian society be honored by everyone in power or out of power is something that I dream about my country, and this is, to me, is the most important thing. Coming to my inspirations, there are people who inspired, but Bhagat Singh definitely is one. Bhagat Singh, we see Bhagat Singh not from the nationalistic, essentially nationalistic perspective. We see Bhagat Singh from a scholar's perspective, actually. And that's why, I mean, main astik kyun hu is something that why I'm an atheist is my understanding of Bhagat Singh. But he is definitely there, not because of the nationalistic reasons, but other things. And in the same line, I must say, Dr. Ambedkar is one I definitely look up to. I mean, whenever I have any doubt about any idea, I ask myself, what Dr. Ambedkar would have said or thought on this particular issue, and it usually helps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for reiterating the faith of Bhagat Singh. With that, I think we are beyond honored, and I personally, as a student of this exam, I still consider myself a student because it's a lifelong journey. I'm really honored that someone of your stature, a person I looked up to as a guru, came. I don't know what happened to my astrological signs, but since last year, I have had the distinct privilege of meeting two great individuals who came in as gurus in my life, Dr. Shanbag, and via him, Dr. Vijendra Chauhan.
I mean, I'm learning since yesterday a lot from you. From
the amazing students at Manipal University Jaipur. Can we have a huge round of applause? In fact, a standing ovation.
Thank you.
For Dr. Vijendra Chauhan.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, yeah, before we conclude, just give me 1 second to honor the person who work hard day and night and make the event very successful. So I asked Dean Faculty of Engineering, Professor Arun Shanbag, to present memento to Siddharth Rajhans sir as a token of appreciation. ये टेबल हरी
I know I won't get a chance to do that in the event, but thank you.
Thank you all. So now I would like to call Dr. Shishir Singh Chauhan, convener of this conclave, for present a formal vote of thanks.
Good evening, one and all present here. I, Shishir Chauhan, convener of Circular Economy Conclave, Circon 24, convey my deepest gratitude to the MUJ leadership, chief guests, and our distinguished panelists, faculty member, and my dear students for joining us today. It is indeed honor and privilege to have chief guest Dr. Shiv Mohan sir, Vinita Hariharan ma'am, Dr. Vijender Singh Chauhan, and guest of honor Dr. Pavan Kumar Singh. Thank you, ma'am and sir, for joining us today. My sincere gratitude to Dr. Arvind Chinchure sir, founder of QLEAP Academy, member of Board of Management, MUJ. And I would like to convey my sincere appreciation for all the eminent speakers and guests, Shilpa Mehta, Dr. N.D. Mathur, Dr. Suchi Sinha, Dr. K. Thiru, Dr. Ajit Upadhyay, and Monica Singh, for sharing thought-provoking insights on the symbiotic relationship of education and economics that plays a crucial role in shaping the prosperity and progress of our society. Once again, I extend my gratitude to the MUJ leadership, my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Arun Shanbag sir, Dean Faculty of Engineering, for his kind consideration and opportunity to work with the prestigious conclave Circon 24. I extend my regards to Mr. Siddharth Rajhans sir, the brain behind orchestrating this event and actively investigating the intellectual and development of academic community and sowing these seeds for a prosperous and sustainable future. Dr. Sandeep Chaurasia sir, Director, School of Computer Science and Engineering, for their continuous support and guidance. I am thankful to Dr. Neha Chaudhary ma'am, HOD, Computer Science and Engineering, for their diligence and meticulous planning which lead the flawless execution. I am thankful to Dr. Santosh Vishwakarma sir, HOD AIML, for being continuous source of motivation. I would like to thank my fellow convener, Dr. Shakshi Shringi, for all her effort and management. I extend my heartfelt thanks to my organizing committee of Circon 24 for their extended support. We are just the conveners for this event, but without your support, guys, it couldn't be possible to make this event successful. I convey appreciation to all my student volunteers for their enthusiastic involvement in this conclave. Last but not the least, my heartfelt thanks to the IT infra for their prompt support and responses to fix the technical requirements and live broadcast. I convey my thanks to Deepak ji for setting up this ambience, Mr. Yogesh, a person sitting in this control room, ground staff, and all those who are directly or indirectly involved and inspire. I hope that today's sessions have germinated the roots towards the fostering harmonious and a sustainable future. I would once again like to thank to all and everyone for joining International Conclave on Circular Economy, Circon 24. Have a great evening. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Everyone just assemble for group photo for 5 minutes, है ना?
Yeah, here only, just assemble here only for the group photograph.
I request the working committee of Sarcon 24 to come on the stage. The working committee and the volunteers, please come on the stage. I request the working committee to please come on the stage. नेशनल एंथम भी करवानी थी यार, नहीं हो पाई। I request all the faculty members of the working committee to please come on the stage.